Good morning. Welcome to our council meeting for Wednesday, May 13, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. Start off with approval of the agenda. Didn't know of anything emergent, so I'll just look for a motion to approve the agenda as presented from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our round table. Anything for the Public Works or others at the round table this morning? We'll go to Councillor McHugh first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. Really nothing for Public Works. The short discussion on 32nd Street and 48th Street, and just the inconvenience of bridge work and municipal work occurring at the same time. Thanks.
And Councillor Estes.
Good morning, and thank you to the chair. Good morning, Foothills County. A couple of things. First of all, I had a resident call me about the fiber optic line that was put in down 434th in the ditch, and apparently they like to mow the ditch, and there's quite a few ruts and rocks that are up, so they can't keep the ditch mowed. And they did phone and leave a message, but no one has gotten back to them. So I just wanted to bring that up. And a bit of excitement out my way. I wanted to thank everyone in Public Works and the emergency services for the dump truck that decided to try and flip his pup on Meridian Street on Monday. Blocked the road for a number of hours while they had to clean up that mess. So thank you.
Thank you. And nothing for me. Everything is looking good in Division 1. We'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I've already had a chance to speak to everybody about my issues from Division 4, and thanks for all the work being done in Division 4. That's all for now. Thanks.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. I had nothing until about 2 minutes ago. I got an email for one of my residents. So through Public Works, Mr. McLean, is the reclaimer on 322 west of 2A, north of Okotoks, sir?
Yeah, through the floor to Councillor Alger, yes, it is.
Okay.
We are still working with soft spots and bridging, so they'll probably start mixing next week.
Okay, so his complaint was about this new gravel road in front of our acreage. So I'm assuming we laid gravel in there and then we'll start mixing next week. And he's saying that the road's closed for school bus traffic. We don't do that, do we?
Okay, so on 338, we are going to do a dig out because we have a bad boil in the soft spot. So that's going to be tomorrow.
338. Okay.
Yep, right by 8th Street.
Sorry?
8th Street.
Oh, 8th Street.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so it's just a temporary thing.
It's temporary. Yep, road maintenance. So we'll have the road open again at the end of the day tomorrow.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks for that. That's all I have.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Foothills County. I'd like to thank Public Works for getting out to 88th Street to address a couple of speed limit signs. There's still not one going northbound on 88th Street, so we're looking to maybe try and get that remedied. As for the fiber optic, I've been in contact with Public Works about reclamation on the ditches. I guess they're supposed to commence that once the work's complete. So in the next week or two, I believe they'll be starting to work on reclaiming those ditches. And I think that's all I've got for now for Division 6.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills County. I had a resident request dust control on 306 Avenue West, which branches off from the east of that sharp corner on 549, just east of the racetrack. Apparently there is dust control about 1 kilometer up, and he was just wondering if it could be extended all the way down to the mailboxes there. So that was a request. I didn't go examine it or anything. Had a resident, this isn't really public works, but is inquiring about improving cell service at Millerville. So I'm not sure what our presentation, I think it's today with Maj Networks, maybe could explain. And just an update, I met with Alan Motet yesterday at West Fraser Sawmill in Cochrane regarding something else, but I just kind of asked him what Foothills could be, if we could apprise Foothills of anything, and he said that there is going to be some hauling on 762, about 20 trucks per day when they start. They're actually going to be hauling last year's cut because they didn't get all that cut. So I think he said 20 trucks per day and 600 to 700 trucks total, but that's for like an extended period of time. So just for whatever that's worth, Public Works, I'm sure you'd be aware of that anyways, but just anyways, I think that's all.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to our departments, starting with Manager McLean. Any updates you have for us this morning?
Good morning, Council in Foothills County. Yeah, not too many updates, but yeah, you have noticed that our crews are out and working. The mixing with the oil, so with the reclaimers, it is a little slower right now. With the cold nights and weather right now and colder days, it's a little longer to get the oil mixed, but hopefully we can get going here once it warms up. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Manager Cornelson.
Thank you. Good morning, Foothills County. Good morning, Council. And so I guess the biggest thing I have to talk about is the strychnine. That's still coming kind of end of June. We have a meeting next week, how we will be distributing it. No, not distributing it, but recording who comes to buy it. So currently on the Alberta government website, there's a test you can take, a knowledge test that you have to write and pass before you can purchase strychnine. And so then we will be able to see that data online and then cross-reference it with anybody who comes to buy it. So I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to divvy it out this year. There isn't going to be a lot of it. So short of just getting everybody 5 bottles until it runs out type thing. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet, but still thinking about it. So I've been telling everybody phoning in that you won't get as much this year as you want, but next year there should be a full stock of it. So kind of trying to point people to next year, because this year the window will be short. The babies are out already. So next year is really the time that we're going to have to take care of the gophers. And I also want to report, I think last time, I don't know how many months ago it was, we sold 2 zero-turn mowers. And that was to report back on the numbers there. So I can report this. So there was a 2017 model that Tractorland had given us a quote of 11,500 for. And in the auction, we got 12,500 for that one. Or no, sorry, it was 1,100 from Tractorland and 12,500 from the auction. And the older one, the 2013, Tractorland was going to give us 8,500, and we got 7,250 for that one. So we got less. So more for one, less for the other one. So in total, we end up Tractorland would have given us 19,500, and we got 19,750. But with auction, they kind of takes a certain amount off. So we ended up with about $19,000. So about $500 less than Tractorland. Having said that, I went back and looked at the email from Tractorland, and they said these are our quotes unless we find something else mechanically wrong with the units. And I know for the 2013 there was something wrong with it, so likely would have gotten less from them anyway. So yeah, that's all I got on that. And I think we're going to be starting mowing our ditches and probably beginning of June. We're already mowing our parks and stuff and kind of trying to spruce them up a little bit. And our last seasonal starts tomorrow, so we should be somewhat fully staffed tomorrow. And that's all I have.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to Ag Services. Thank you for that update. Those numbers really help to know where we're doing and how the processes are working. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Manager Porter.
Well, Mr. Chair, morning council. Just a update for council. It's a good news story. Youth baseball and softball has started back up in Blackie, and that they were devoid of any youth in that baseball and softball for quite a while. So that's good to hear. They're utilizing both Hill Park and Lions Park. So ASB's been out there and that doing some maintenance and such on those sites. Other than that, I have B1, B2, and will be present for B3 on the agenda. Thank you.
Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, council. Just a quick update on the fire risk status. Foothills County has now moved to a fire restriction due to the current conditions. Our regional partners, Rocky View is at a ban. Willow Creek, Vulcan County, both restriction. Wheatland County's sitting under advisory. Calgary Forestry is reporting right now still a high fire danger. They have no restrictions in place as well. And we'll keep an eye on these conditions and recommend any changes as needed. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Solney, there's a helicopter that's flying over my house 2 or 3 times a day. Looks like a fire, like it's got the equipment thing on the side. And you know, Vinny, are they doing any like brush clearing or anything out in the West Country or that you're aware of?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, I'm unaware of any operations going on with the helicopter out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nope, that's fine. Thanks.
And Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council. Yesterday, emergency management had 6 members attend a regional training exercise in Okotoks. This was the tabletop portion to the regional full activation that will be occurring on October 21st. It was a good discussion. We had a good attendance and it went very well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you everybody for coming in and joining us. So unless you have something on the agenda, hope you have a good rest of your day. Council, let's turn to our agenda. Let's go to B1, Curtis Community Association Property Management Agreement, page 3 of our agenda. Manager Porter, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before council today is a request, and that to formalize the handshake agreement with the Curtis Community Association regarding the management of Pioneer Park and the Curtis tennis courts. During discussions and that were had with about the usage of Pioneer Park and basically inquiry from a commercial venture regarding using Pioneer Park, we realized that there's just been a handshake agreement been in place with the Curtis Community Association, and with liability concerns and such, it became clear that formal agreement should be required to allow the PCA to manage these county lands and uses taking place on them. The land that the tennis courts and Pioneer Park are located on are owned by Foothills County and have been managed by the Curtis Community Association on behalf of the county for some time. Administration recommends that the management of these properties stays with the PCA, as these lands are utilized by the community and are currently managed by the community to benefit local residents. PCA is located in close proximity to these properties, which aids in the monitoring of these lands, which we've been able to do, and that if we took over and that the full management of these properties. So for council are 3 recommended motions, and that I'd look for any questions from council this time. Thank you.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you for the presentation and looking at your options. Thank you for, I'm very familiar. I'm not sure if the rest of council has any questions, but just in the interest of moving forward, as they are managing the maintenance and have in the past, I think a formal agreement is in order. So your option 1 would likely be a good way forward, as opposed to Foothills County taking on the maintenance of these. So I think it would work well because they do receive inquiries for using the property, and it could be multiple locations such as the community center and then also additionally the park afterwards. So I think that an agreement would work well. And I did have a chance to read the the proposed agreement. So I'm not sure, since that's not in how would you say, displayed in the agenda. I do have some comments on that, but essentially I'm in favor of option one in relation to moving forward. And when you're ready, I would move that, but I do wonder, maybe my one question is, should we have a discussion quickly on the proposed management agreement?
I think that as our next,
It's
it's the landscape agreement is the next one on the agenda, right? Not the,
no, this is part of B1.
I did a supply in that and
Yeah.
confidentiality to council agreement so that you could review it
Okay.
and be aware of what it contains.
okay. So you want to have that discussion?
Could, or I could have it offline too. Whatever you prefer.
Okay, no, we do got to go into close before long, so we can do that at that point in time.
Sure, and it won't make a difference in the outcome for number one, for B1. I just had a couple comments on it at some point.
Okay. Okay, so we do have that motion.
Yeah, so moved.
Manager Porter, just so I'm clear, so number one, that is in fitting with what we do with other community associations and parcels, correct?
That is correct, in that we don't have a lot of other community associations that manage properties such as this. I mean, one that would be close would be the Prentice Creek Estates. We have agreement with that community association. And then we do with Red Deer Lake and such. But we're moving towards these formalized agreements. It provides guidance as the members of the community association change. They have an understanding. They can refer back to the agreement of what the responsibilities were agreed upon from the community association and what the municipality agrees to. So, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so we do have the motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl that Foothills County enter into a formal management agreement with the PCA. And we can talk about that, the details of that agreement a little bit later, but that is the motion to enter into that formal agreement. I don't see anybody else. I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B2, Prentice Community Association request for landscape maintenance. Manager Porter, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the floor, I'm looking in that for a decision from council and that to provide response to the request from the Prentice Community Association for landscape maintenance, grass mowing, and financial assistance. So during these discussions and that with the Prentice Community Association regarding the management of Pioneer Park and the tennis courts, it came to light that the strain on the community association's finances that the landscape maintenance of the park and tennis courts has on the PCA. The land that the tennis courts in Pioneer Park are located on are owned by Foothills County, and the letter provided and attached details their request. So as you can see in the attached letter, and that they've been looking after these lands for quite a while, talking to Mr. Reva Cambrian, and that the lands were originally, and that given access by the PCA to do the tennis courts on and Pioneer Park. At that point in time, the council of the day said that at no point in time would they be supplying any financial support in regards to the maintenance of these lands or the tennis courts. That being said, over time, and that the county has assisted in that with certain upkeep of these lands over time. So what they're looking for is $2,520 for 2026. And they've attached the scope of work from their contractor, which, as you can see, entails 30% of the land base that is maintained by the PCA. Not only Pioneer Park and the tennis courts, but also the PCA lands. So our portion in that of that whole area that's mowed would be 2,520 that they've worked out, which equals that 30%. So thank you.
Okay, we'll go to council. Deputy Revol.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation of this item. I'm in support of a little bit more financial assistance. And just to let you know that the PCA has a lot of skin in the game here. They did fully fundraise. There was a little bit of contributions from Curtis Red Deer Lake Recreation Board, but they fully organized and came up with the funds for the refurbishment of the tennis courts. So they're very involved and will continue to be involved in securing financial contributions from the community as well. And this case, they're trying to keep up these two properties to the standard that we hope will cross over the entire properties, both the community association properties and these two municipal reserves. So I'm in favor of the recommendation here, which is that the Prentice Community Association request be agreed upon for 2520 for the 26 costs of landscaping maintenance.
Okay. Manager Porter, how would this compare to how we handle other community associations and the work they do on municipal lands?
Through the chair to the floor, we have other community associations such as Heritage Lake that mows county lands, and then we reimburse. There's agreement of reimbursement that we have with Heritage Point. I believe we have one with Greenhaven as well. And that's as far as it's an enhanced maintenance agreement. So those are the two that come to mind and that currently that we have agreements with. Those are substantially more dollars than this, for sure.
Okay. Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron.
If I may, good morning, Foothills and Council. The rule of that Council has set out is that what would we normally do for maintenance? And, you know, so that's 2 mowings a year and that's basically it. There's some in Heritage, there is some snow clearing. In Hawks Landing, we actually do hire a contractor to do the maintenance in Hawks Landing, and then we charge that back through their utility rates, and we absorb the 2 mowings a year, and the community pays for the rest. Heritage, there's a berm in there, that along the highway that has to be mowed. We don't have the equipment to do it, so but the lake at Heritage arranges the mowing, and we pay the contractor. I believe it's 2 mowings a year, so that's what we cover. So that's generally what council has indicated for the communities. If they want a higher standard, like Greenhaven wants a higher standard, and it's contracted out. And so we look at our share of the contract for 2 mowings a year. There is other work with stormwater, like in Artesia and that we have to take care of, but that's part of the utilities system, stormwater in Greenhaven, stormwater in Artesia.
Okay, so is this in keeping with the level of service we normally would do, or is this a higher standard than what we would do?
Through the chair to the floor, with it being our lands and a recreation site, it is keeping with the maintenance that we would do on if the site were not managed by the PCA. We would be mowing it at least once a week and keeping them maintained and that to a certain standard. So it's not outside of what we would normally do. I would say that this amount is a lot less than what it would cost municipal crews to haul up there and mow it. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go back to Deputy Reeve. Did you give me a motion?
Sure, I'll formalize that motion to proceed with the request on page 4 of our agenda.
Okay. To provide 2520 to cover the 2026 costs of landscape maintenance.
Yes, please.
Okay. So we have that motion from Deputy Reeve. I don't see anybody else. Call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Sorry, were you in favor? I didn't. Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Let's go to B3, appointment of appointment of Director of Emergency Management. Page 6 of our agenda, we will go to Deputy Director Stapley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So according to the Local Authority Emergency Management Regulation and the Municipal Emergency Management Bylaw, the council is required to appoint a qualified person as the Director of Emergency Management who will carry out the duties and responsibilities of emergency management. Today, we are requesting that council consider the appointment of Jeff Porter, as he is the most qualified individual that we have to be appointed DEM. And with that motion, we would also ask that council rescind all previous appointments. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Councillor Alger.
Who? Thanks, Mr. Chair. So the new position is Director of Emergency Management, which negates the Emergency Management Coordinator position, or will that be filled with somebody else? Or just added to his already existing job?
So through the chair, DEM would be a title added to Manager Porter's current position to carry out those responsibilities. Previously, the position was with the Emergency Management Coordinator. However, that position does not exist, and that is in a separate process.
Gotcha. Okay. Happy to give the proposed motion if there's no other questions or concerns.
Yeah, we'll take that motion. I'll go to Councillor Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what do we have to call you now? Like, how long is the title going to be? Is it so long I can't remember it? I can't remember it as it is.
Through the chair to the floor, Jeff is fine.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Alger to appoint Manager Porter as the Director of Emergency Management and to rescind all previous appointments. I don't see anything else. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. We have a new Director of Emergency Management. Let's go to B4, 2026 road event branch out bike tour, page 14 of our agenda. Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In following up with last week's council meeting where the decision was postponed regarding the Branch Out Bike Tour, we reached out to the organizers regarding the number of questions that were asked, and we received a response back. The responses were that for the intersection of 549 and 192 Street, the Millville Race and Ag Society is providing volunteers at the intersection. The event is scheduled for June 13th, and the market does not begin until June 20th, so they don't see any conflict there with traffic coming, but they do indicate they have volunteers. For the intersection of Highway 22 and Plumbers Road, they have implemented Alberta Traffic Supply will be attending at the intersection for traffic control and visibility. For 192 Street, they're communicating with all riders on the conditions of the road via their electronic newsletter. They will also have additional support vehicles along that road in case of malfunctions with bikes and things like that. For Highway 762, they have additional support vehicles and again, Alberta Traffic Supply on the route and will provide additional communication on any concerns. For the final comment regarding residents, they have engaged several residents through the communication. They have some residents that are participating as volunteers or as riders in the event. They've mostly relied on word of mouth, and if council so requires, they are willing to do a handout or a fan out of flyers in order to communicate with residents regarding the upcoming event. Those were their responses, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll go to council. I believe this goes over a couple of different divisions or 3 divisions. I'll go to Councillor Kendall first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had forgot to mention in the round table there, Director Stapley, about a resident, and I think I forwarded you his concern. I hope I did, about cyclists in general along north of the racetrack on 192. So I'm happy to hear that you're going to be handing out flyers to people along the way. How do you do that? How does that transpire?
So through the chair to Councillor Kendall, general cyclist enforcement is a separate matter than the special event. But we do have the summer students who do go to parking lots, and we have an educational flyer that they will hand out for any cyclists that, you know, contravene the rules of the road. It's really no different than a vehicle. They have to follow the rules of the road. If our officers are there, they see them and they catch them, then they can deal with them as they feel is appropriate, whether that is education or through an enforcement process. Now, with cyclists, it does become a little bit more challenging than a standard car because we don't have plates, so we can't usually go through a witness or somebody. We have to actually observe these offenses. So they are transient. The officers are out there, they are making a presence, and they do deal with them when they have the opportunity and are in the right place at the right time.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you for your work to get those answers and to bring our concerns forward to the event organizers. I heard you say something about Highway 762 and I didn't quite hear what you said. What was the effective help that they were putting at that intersection of Plumbers and 762 there?
So through the chair to Councillor Ohl, for the intersection, sorry, did you say 762 in Plumbers or
Yes.
Highway 22 in Plumbers?
It's 762. I heard your answer for the Highway 22
Okay.
and Plumbers, but the 762 intersection, you said something and I didn't hear it.
So for Highway 762 from Plumbers Road South, which is part of the route, they're having additional support vehicles along the route, and they're providing additional communication to all of their residents or all the riders to be aware of the concerns that were expressed regarding that road with traffic and safety.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just one more question here. So on page 18, under traffic control plan, it says Millerville Road ×2 at Highway 549. So I'm assuming that's the 2 entrances going into the hamlet of Millerville. But then, and this is probably a moot point, but I'm assuming along Highway 22, like important junctures, because it is just so busy, that's going to be taken care of as well. Like 549, and 22, that intersection is a nightmare at the best of times with the corner. But anyways, I just didn't see it specifically. It just said, anyways, just about 22 and the Millerville there. It's, yeah, kind of tricky.
So through the chair to Councillor Kendall, I don't know off the top of my head if they had Alberta Traffic Supply at that intersection as well, but the organizers have been very good to work with, and the fact that they are having Alberta Traffic Supply as an independent contractor come out to manage the intersection of Plumbers and Highway 22, I trust that they've taken appropriate measures, but I can send them an email and advise them to be aware of that intersection as well.
I don't see anybody else. Deputy Director Stapley. So I don't see any motions contemplated under this. So just to clarify, the motion for approval would be along the lines of acknowledge the bike tour and authorize the use of the municipal roads. Oh, okay. I'm just reading off of last week's now for considering support of use of provincial and municipal roads in Foothills County for the Branch Out Bike Tour in support of the Branch Out Neurological Foundation. So that would be the,
Yes.
okay. So I'll look to council. What direction are we going?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would give you that motion. It seems like all the concerns have been addressed regarding, I mean, it's mostly regarding traffic safety because it is busy roads. So yeah, I would give you that motion. I think it looks like a lot of fun.
Okay, we have that motion for approval. Deputy Revol.
Sure, I'll just reiterate something that Councillor Alger said last week, and that was to give our residents the best experience possible. And I hope that's something you mentioned was one of the last points you brought forward. So I guess that's the bottom line here. And then we can see how this goes as it's their first time, and then figure out maybe there's a way for us to gather information if we don't hear complaints, just even from your perspective on how this particular event has gone. Thank you.
Okay, we have the motion for approval from Councillor Kendall. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B5 agritourism. So the staff report on this was sent out in our emails yesterday morning, I believe it was, or Monday, I'm not sure. We'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. So the purpose of this is to authorize myself to further investigate references in planning for agritourism and farm fresh producers, along with engaging the existing farms for their input and ideas to best help this area grow while making sure safety and liabilities are looked at, as well as attending any town hall meetings as a representative for Foothills County. And further to authorize payment for mileage and compensation to commensurate these tasks. As you know, there was a town hall in Diamond Valley a couple weeks ago that Rocky View and Mountain View had representatives at, but there was no one there from Foothills County.
Okay. Anybody else? So the suggested motion, Councillor Estes. Did you have a motion for us?
Sorry. So the proposed motion is that council authorize myself to further investigate any references in planning for agritourism, the farm fresh producers, along with engaging with existing farms for their input ideas to best help the area grow while making sure safety and liabilities are looked at, as well as to attend any and all town hall meetings as a representative for Foothills County, and to further authorize payment for mileage compensation to commensurate these tasks. Thank you.
Okay, so that would be handled as another committee appointment essentially. Okay, we have that motion from Councillor Estes. Anybody else? Deputy Revol.
Thank you for the explanation on this item. And I just want to say that as it's kind of emerging as to the complexity of it, there was also something mentioned in the most recent RMA report to us on this particular topic. So you might want to just check that report. They did have a section on this particular topic and see where that's heading. So I would support this and also look forward to updates from making sure that everything related to this topic is relevant, and that we also include the complexity of planning aspects as we move forward through all of your homework on this. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so I'll call the question. We have that motion from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron, I should have gone to you earlier. Did you have any updates for us this morning?
I would prefer most of them enclosed, but I do have one in open. And just council update on the reservoir. As you go by, you'll see the level is holding pretty steady. That's because the river is pretty dirty right now. And so we have approximately 188 1,000 cubic meters of water in the reservoir, which is a little bit less than half. Before June, we need to add at least another 45,000 cubic meters in order to do what's called commissioning of the whole system. And we can pump about 8,500 cubic meters a day. So we shouldn't have any issues there. With respect to where we pump out of the river, I think I made council aware that we were looking at desilting of the intake site. And but right now we're managing to pump at the maximum level. And so whether it will become necessary to actually desilt the intake area is up in the air now. So we are obtaining quotes so that we know what it will cost because we won't really know until June, July, whether we have to go in there and do the work on cleaning out the intake site. So that's the update on the reservoir areas. Everything is complete, and we're within very close to just the holdback amount on contract payments. I just received another progress certificate, so we'll only have one smaller one left, and that will wrap up that project.
Thank you for that update. With that, we do have Fire Chief Marshall with us for an enclosed item. So I think we could take this time right now and go in close. I'd look for a motion to take us into closed session. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Welcome back. We do have an 11 o'clock meeting with Mage Networks. Welcome here to your team. I guess I'll start perhaps Ms. Barrett, could you please introduce council for everybody and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon or good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor Benita Estes, Director of Corporate Services, Reg Hammond, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Oll, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Mage Networks. I believe you have a presentation for us, so perhaps if you could introduce yourselves and then proceed with the presentation that you have. Oh, sorry, your mic, there's a little button with a face on there.
Yeah. So I'm Cecil Hamamsi. I'm the CEO, president, and founder of Major Networks. And I have with me.
My name is Unati. I'm business development manager for Mage Networks.
I'm Vince Nazari, the community impact specialist, for lack of a better word, boots on the ground. Okay, well, thank you for having us here. Let me see if I can get this presentation started properly. Do share it on Zoom. Okay. Morning, everyone. Mage Networks is a company that actually has been around for 7 years. We are a Calgary-based company that has committed itself to internet and connectivity for rural and inaccessible communities. And we developed our own technology. So this is not just, we're not just using other people's ideas. We've developed our own system and methodology for delivering internet service. And in the past, we do have a history with Foothills County. About 5 or 6 years ago, we actually did a presentation. At the time, it was still COVID days, and Suzanne was the Reeve. And we presented a proposal that we would submit to the Canadian government to deliver internet along Highway 762 south of Bragg Creek. That proposal was rejected at the time, but we did get funding for West Bragg and the funding for another project in Ontario. When a new round of funding came up just a couple of years ago, we reapplied, and this time we got it. So we're here basically to reintroduce ourselves and also describe to you the project that we've gotten, how it's going to go, and hopefully garnish support from the council for what we're trying to accomplish, and go from there and answer any questions you may have about us. So let me just, we can go into presentation mode here. Okay, can't seem to do that, but let's work with what we have. It's hiding. All right, there you go. All right. Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, so as I said, Mage Networks, we're Calgary located. We have built networks in Alberta, several places, but our big expansion this year is in Foothills County with the project that we won. Our commitment is very much a community commitment. And we have been, as I said, operating in various areas of the country over the last 5 years. We also have in the past built several First Nation networks during COVID for students and so on. So we've been very much on the front foot trying to serve the kind of community that exists in Foothills County. What it is about, it's really an upgrade of what's known as a mesh network, where the radios and the wireless devices communicate to each other. Most of you are used to what technically we would call an infrastructure network. That is, there's an access point, and then your cell phone or your laptop has to reach the access point. A lot of you may have mesh devices that you've deployed at home. Now think about that little system with one satellite that helps you extend coverage in your house, and think about it on a phenomenally large scale. Kilometers and kilometers of mesh points and incredible high data rate. So one of the things Major Networks was able to do with its technology is not degrade the signal as you get further and further away from the origin. And that's a phenomenal achievement. One of our data pipelines in Bragg Creek is 13.5 kilometers long. And the last person at the end of that data pipeline gets the full 100 megabits download and upload that we commit to them. And so, and having been, and you know, I'm not a young man, and I've been a veteran of this industry for the last 25 years since I came to Canada. I was part of a company called WLAN. Some of the older people here may remember WLAN. It was very big during the .com, and WLAN gets credited with the invention of the basic technology of Wi-Fi. And I came in here and helped transform that the world that we're living today with broadband wireless in our cell phones. That came from a Calgary-based invention. And that historical fact is supported by the major lawsuits that WLAN had to go through to prove that point. So I'm not making that point casually. The key thing you can see from some of the pictures there is how small our devices are. They go on power poles, like you can see in the image on the image here. These are bigger devices than what we use today. The devices we use today are almost the size of cameras, surveillance cameras. And sometimes we often have to explain, no, these are not surveillance cameras. We're not spying on you. We're just connecting you. And the other thing that we're very proud of as a company is our community engagement and the fact that our guys are willing to go out and work in a shirt. This day here with Fabiano was -28, and the sleet was falling horizontally, and we were out fixing one of our relays. Again, we're located, as I said, in a lot of places. We've been increasing our footprint, going into communities that are typically underserved. And those include Bragg Creek, Campbellville in Ontario, Clearwater County, Foremost, and so on and so forth. Our most recent expansion has been to Redwood Meadows. And part of that, it's been a bit of a long voyage with what we've been doing. We started working with Redwood Meadows years and years ago and built for them fiber connection to their town site, and never actually deployed in the town. But that fiber came in to be very useful when there was a fire recently, and their firehouse at Redwood Meadows lost its internet connection. But because we were there with the connection to the town site, we were able to get them back online within like 8 hours. Sebastian Robb, the fire chief, called me, and we had the team out, and we got them connected to the internet. The other thing that we were able to leverage is to connect the new Sutina Rehab Center that's across the Highway 22 from Redwood Meadows. And hopefully we'll be providing them service, which is always the kind of thing that we like to be part of, where some things that help people lead better lives, and it's not just connectivity for the sake of connectivity. So let's talk a little bit about the project itself. It's funded by both the Government of Canada and the Government of Alberta. It's part of an agreement that was made, believe it or not, during the Trudeau era, and where Alberta would provide half the funding, as long as the Canadian government provided the funding. So that helped direct a lot of the Government of Canada funding towards Alberta because they had that leverage. So we're beneficiaries of it, and Foothills County is beneficiary of that too. The project really covers two major segments, and there's a lot of reasons for that, but I'm not going to get into them right now. But the one area is Pridis, and the other area is the whole Highway 762 south from Black Creek all the way to Millerville. That area that you can see on that image on the right here. So some numbers and a little bit of description of what the network is. So the network overall cost of the project is 5.89 million, of which the Government of Canada will contribute 2.21. Government of Alberta will contribute 2.21, and Major Networks contributes 1.47. We read an article recently in the Western Standard, an opinion that where they never called us to ask us about anything, and it was stated that it's a boondoggle. Well, it's a boondoggle where we have to find 1.47 million. So I don't know, that what kind of a boondoggle that is. So we are spending our money, we're spending our effort, we're spending our focus, and it's our commitment to do that. The diagram you see there on the right is the description of the. You can see the area we're covering here and here. You can also see that there's some blue lines running like this, and from Black Creek down to here, and as well there's another line running in Pridis, but it's very hard to see here. So these are fiber lines. So our project isn't just relying on our technology, we're actually incorporating fiber optic capability, bringing it into areas where you would never have had a business case for it, except that it's combined with our technology. So now it makes sense to do what we call a hybrid network, and the cost consideration are way less prohibitive than it would have been if you were thinking of doing fiber to the home. And I'll give you some examples. The fiber length that we're laying down is 25 kilometers. The wireless portion of it is 109 kilometers. If you actually wanted to do fiber to the home, particularly in this area, you got to remember the driveways are really long, and they average about 100 meters per driveway. I've driven around the area. I know it so well. Some driveways are 500 meters. Some driveways are 50. The average is about 100, and there's 1,000 homes. So fiber to the home, you would have to add another 100 kilometers to that number. But because we're wireless, we don't need to be in the home. We just have the home within reach of our wireless signal, and then that's done. So that's one of the ways we reduce the amount of fiber significantly. But as I mentioned earlier, we're still providing service at a grade that is substantially better than any other technology that you would use currently, like any wireless technology that you would use. I'm pretty sure a lot of you know that about Starlink, and that's one thing people say, well, we got Starlink, why would we need what you have to offer? And there is a couple of three very good reasons for it that people need to think about. If you've got Starlink, you really have internet at your home, and that's it. You walk outside the door, you lose signal from your Wi-Fi router, and you're basically back to the Stone Age, if you want. With Mage Networks and with wireless, we start to provide ranches, farms, hotels, and other areas where there might be multi-buildings, industrial complexes, and so on, with the ability to create interconnects, with the ability to create outdoor Wi-Fi where there is no signal today. Generally speaking, we find that Starlink is not just a competition, it's also an area where we use Starlink ourselves to provide internet connectivities in some areas where you cannot reach otherwise, such as, for instance, a few campgrounds that we're using in Clearwater County, where we can provide, we use the Starlink to be the starting point, provide internet to all the campers in that campground. Some of you may wonder, why would I do that? People are going camping to be in nature and so on. Well, as it turns out that this, people want to attract the new generation of campers, people with young kids. And they'll go to a campsite that has Wi-Fi because at night, having done the barbecue, I've had the dinner, you can set the kids to watch their Netflix movie and then go to sleep, be ready for the next day. So people find it to be tremendously valuable, lowering the stress level of, Dad, I want to go home, okay, because I can't talk to my friends or whatever. So it actually turns out to be of real benefit. And it's not just as a kind of nice to have. And so the other thing is the aspect of, as I mentioned, the ranches and so on, agriculture. A lot of the agriculture is becoming super high tech. They need internet, not just at their home. They need internet in the field. They want to track their cows. They want to track, they want to measure the soil. They want to measure the moisture. They want to know whether they need to put fertilizer, the sensors. There's so much technology in agriculture today that it's enabled by having a company such as Mage Networks in the area. And lastly, what we've done with the fiber, we're thinking ahead. We've put in what they call handholds. This is one of the little things that I discovered as I learned about fiber. Remember, I'm a wireless guy who's now becoming a fiber guy. So is that there's a lot of fiber in the ground. There's fiber going past many communities, but they're missing what they call the handhold and the splice point, where you can actually tap into that fiber and use it. So it runs right past you. And a few years ago, we had a marketing manager who said, you have a river of gold running right past your home, but you cannot reach the goal. And what we've done here, because we're thinking ahead and thinking of the community, we've placed a lot of handholds that are not strictly necessary for today's deployment, but should the development come about or a new industry come about and they need access to the fiber, that will be available and ready to be used. So those are, to me, the main reasons. Like we create an environment where there's a possibility for the community to benefit from what we're doing that's beyond just delivering internet to one person's house. We also pride ourselves because we're not born into that industry. So we actually came at it as customers. We're customers of TELUS and Shaw and Rogers, just like a lot of you might be, or whoever is your service provider. And generally, our experience has not been fantastic as a customer. So we actually worked really hard to provide the actual reverse of that and provide an experience which is truly excellent. And I am very proud to say, and Unati in particular, and her teammates Sophie and Tanya have to take a lot of credit for what they've done. They're known by name by our customers, and I'll show you later what our rating is on Google reviews. And this is a deliberate effort to do that. But also what we offer, our offering is very clean and standard for, I mean, we're making it standard. We offer symmetric speed. That means if you're running a home business and you want to serve a website, or you need to upload very large documents, you may not need it all the time. But when you need it, you need the availability of the symmetric bandwidth. So you can upload your gigabyte file and be done and not have to wait for days before it gets done. So the symmetric speed is more important than people realize. We don't have any hidden fees. It's very simple, straightforward agreement. There's nothing else added to it. You get billed the amount you're told you get billed. High speed, as I said, 100 megabits per second is our standard. However, our technology is moving forward. So as we move forward, we will be able to offer higher bandwidth than that. We offer unlimited data. We don't care how much data you use. We had one of our customers, and I don't know if you've ever looked at your usage at home, and you may have teenagers and you may think, oh, we're a real heavy user and so on. And Shaw offers that, and I don't know about the other companies. That one user was used 7 terabytes every month. I don't know what he was downloading. I don't know what he was doing, and I don't care. But all I know is that he was downloading 7 terabytes per month, and we never had a problem providing them that level of service, and we never had a problem choking bandwidth for other people. We actually do that because we have something that's unique to the industry, which is a minimum guaranteed bandwidth. And to explain that, it's a very hard concept, but it's really important. Think about it. Everybody wants to go, and everyone buys the internet by the top speed that the company tells them. You're going to get 600 megabytes. You're going to get a gigabyte. And most likely, you're sharing that bandwidth with other people. What they never tell you is what is the lowest data rate you can get. So think about this as if you're buying a Ferrari, but you're driving it on a dirt road. You have a Ferrari, but you're still doing 5 kilometers an hour, maybe less because it's so low. So the guy next to you in the Ford one. So we guarantee that even if everyone is online at the same time, streaming or doing whatever, which happens in Ontario, especially last year with the Blue Jays, everyone on our network was on at the same time. Everyone was streaming the games, and our network just provided the bandwidth, did not choke it because it's designed to do so. And that's one of our commitments. So talked about the accountability, the support, the day-to-day stability. We work really hard at it. It's our technology, so we keep improving it. You may have a problem today. We find out about it. It may take us a couple of months because it takes time to develop a solution and so on. But that problem will be removed and will never reoccur. That's a commitment we make to our customers. We talked about local businesses. They often need more than just internet. They'd like to have voice over IP phones. The Napa Auto Parts has 20 voice over IP phones that they need. They may need virtual private network access. They may need indoor Wi-Fi. They may need the security cameras on the perimeter of their lot at night and so on. So there's a variety of needs that come about, and we have become better and better at providing those using our technology. That's the main use for it, is to connect people to the internet, but it also works on the ground in a ranch or a campground or so on. So you can see here a list of those that, and we provide the managed services to support it, maintain it, et cetera, et cetera. So as I said, going back to, we have basically residential packages, very straightforward. We provide really good service. We have the commercial packages, which are more tailored, and also tailored managed solutions where people don't want the hassle of dealing with any problem with the internet, and we provide them the full solution in indoor, outdoor, whatever it is. Often, again, I talk about Starlink a lot because it's a cooperative, sorry, I can't say the word. It's both a competitor and a technology we use in our network to provide things like resilient backhaul or resilient, as a backup service when if our network goes down, you could switch to the Starlink service until we restore the service. So we can maintain super high reliability, and we will use any technology that's out there. So here we are. That's who we are. You can see on the left side there, all the 5-star ratings we've been getting from our customers. As I said, we have made that one of the key parts, and we're extremely proud of it. We have a 4.6 star rating on Google reviews. I just ask you, check other companies that are in the internet space. And if you find anyone who has more than 3, let me know. But they're dismal. And we've had people who come to us just because I was on the phone with TELUS for an hour and I decided I'm changing. So that's who we are. And I guess we're open for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Only an hour on hold. That sounds like a win. Maybe I won't go down that line too far. We do have a couple of questions. We'll go to Councillor Kendall to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I spoke with Anadi on, we had the Zoom call, so I have a little bit of a heads up about this. I live on 762, so say no more. Say no more. Starlink is good though. I had to get it and it's good. Millerville is not on your map there, the hamlet of Millerville. Not contemplated or?
Okay. So let me explain a couple of things about it. First of all, we serve everyone, and wireless signals don't stop where, don't stop from at the line. There's a difference between the project itself that's funded by the Canadian government and the Alberta government, and that project is saying, this is where you need to offer service in order to receive the funding and in order for us not to come back and pull the money from you. That doesn't mean don't provide service elsewhere.
Right.
So we are, and I think that Vince has already been looking for and talking to people around in Millerville, the school and so on, to start to provide service there. And that would be fully on our dime.
Yeah.
And as the customers request and come about, we would try to do our best to reach them. And usually one of the key things about our technology is once we build that main infrastructure, often getting to different areas can be achieved by using it, by building it in a community way, which is where some homes agree to be a relay. And instead of having to get a power pole and go through all the process, the home, the fence, the tree, whatever it is, acts as a relay to the next place. And that actually allows us to expand the footprint of our network quite a bit. And in fact, I think Vince one of the asks will be, there are specific areas that we need support from the community so we can reach. Like there's in Pritis some areas, some whole developments where all the power is buried in the ground. So there are no power poles for us to use. And therefore, those areas would be targets for this kind of community network. Help us help your neighbors, help us help you. We offer discounts, we offer various incentives to do that. And we've been reasonably successful with that in both in Bragg Creek and in Ontario. Everywhere, there's always people who are willing to help their neighbors. And in some areas, there are people who hate their neighbors, and we never can convince them otherwise. It's, that's life the way it is. But yes, so our intention as a business, any customer who comes to us, we will make a best effort to reach them and provide them the service. from a project point of view, they don't care. We don't have, so in other words, we could do both things. We just have to be very careful to bucket things that this went into this blue area that I showed, therefore I can apply for the refund from the governments. This area is outside that footprint, therefore it's on our dime.
So this resident from Millerville said just behind his property, there's a manhole on the hill, he said, and it's got wires in it. Would that be
I can't tell you without knowing which
That's
manhole,
okay.
which handhole it is.
Okay.
But this story, Suzanne is already smiling. We are using a handhold in Fridis to start our fiber from and to start our whole network from. And Suzanne is actually the one who identified it. I still have that picture. She sent us a shot of that, little square green plastic cover on the ground and says, "Is that a handhold?" And we drove out and checked it. And oh yeah, that is it. And then figured out this was an Axia handle. Like, so it's almost reverse engineering because these companies will not tell you any of this information.
Okay.
So being feet on the ground has helped us and has allowed us to do this. So in other words, I can't answer your question just globally.
No, that's fine.
But I can go find out. And once we're in the area, it'll be really good service anyway. So.
And so just to clarify, it's not just, it is for internet, but then off that you could get improved cell service as well.
Cell service?
Cell service as well, or totally separate?
Okay, cell service is separate because of a lot of technical and business reasons. You can do, say, for instance, a lot of our customers do Wi-Fi calling. So their cell phone provider will provide them with Wi-Fi calling. So when they're at home or within reach of our network, they could use the Wi-Fi to make their cell phone calls and receive calls on it.
Okay. You had your hand up.
The other part of the question is very complicated.
Yeah, no problem.
And the answer is, there is a world in which your answer is yes.
Okay.
But I'm not living in that world right now.
No problem.
Okay.
To speak to your question with respect to.
Sorry, you gotta get up to the mic.
Is this?
Yeah, and push the button.
Okay.
There you go. You're
The
good.
one with the mouse talking.
Yeah. So to speak with respect to your question about Millerville, I was there in the previous week and I'm intending to be there next week to speak with, I believe there's about 50 households in total, to speak with them and just to get a temperature check to see what their pain points are, their challenges are, and how we can possibly gather everyone together and provide a really great solution for everyone. So that's on the books as well.
And how are you organizing that? Because this resident I just spoke to yesterday, he did not know about your coming there. Just going to go house to house?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
literally.
why. Okay.
I visited the school already.
Yeah.
And I made an inroad to the appropriate government body that regulates improving service for them.
Okay.
But for the households, it will be much more straightforward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair and thank you very much for your presentation. I have a few questions here. First of all, you're both supplying fiber and broadband, correct? Okay, so will you be providing the broadband from new towers or existing towers?
So we're using existing, so the broadband comes in to the network via fiber.
Okay.
The fiber, the three fiber lines. So the fiber line in Millerville is going to start at what's known as the Axia POP in Millerville. Okay. And this is one of the frustrating things that we just mentioned Millerville and so on. There's a POP right there, which has access to fiber connected to Calgary, and you could get 10 gigabits per second if you want to at that POP, but it doesn't go outside there. And that's what we're providing, is taking it out into the community. The Bragg Creek coming down from the north is starting at the Bragg Creek POP, which is already where we're located. So it's just an extension of our existing network. And then the one at Pridis, we're really doing something very creative that I don't know if it's been done before, because we're taking we're taking the fiber strand and we're taking it up the pole, but we're also going to connect the community center to the fiber. And so both that pole and the community center will be starting points for the wireless portion of the network. But all the bandwidth itself will come from what they call a Meet Me location in Calgary. That is a location that's tied to the heart of the internet. Believe it or not, there is such a thing. Okay, and I also learned all this because I was always, with wireless, you're out at the fringe of the network, and now I'm learning more about the core of what makes the internet click.
So when you say you're running the fiber up the pole, you mean like the power poles? And
Yeah.
then you'll be using a relay service from home to home? Is
Yeah.
that? Okay.
Yeah, they will relay from power pole to power pole. We have this technology, and I showed you some of the devices there very briefly. The way technology goes is the power pole becomes a point where there's two devices. What it allows us to do, because the power pole follow the terrain, they go around the trees and stuff like that. So it allows us to build a very long, we call it the data pipeline, where the two devices are connected back to back. And we're using a frequency that's unlicensed. It's a very important part of our success commercially is that we don't have to get a license for the frequencies we're using. So it's unlicensed, but it's also very hard to interfere with. So once we build our data pipeline, there's no interference from outside, stays very clean, the data rate is really high. And that's how we kind of get to that ability to move data very long distances.
Okay. So roughly what would the cost be per resident on a monthly? Because you stated there'd be unlimited data. So what would the monthly cost be per resident and setup and equipment?
Yeah, so we offer the 100 megabit up and down if they sign up for an annual contract, and an annual contract in our lingo doesn't mean the same as it does. You're not fixed to it, and there are ways out of it. But it's 110 for the annual. We do have an offer of 120 for monthly. And a lot of people have taken the monthly and then they've been with us for 5 years and almost want to call them back and say, why are you wasting money? Why don't you get an annual contract and save $10 a month? We also add cost for the Wi-Fi router. If you need a lot of people have their own Wi-Fi set up and they don't want to use ours. So the ones who want to use ours, $10 a month. What comes along with that is the router is maintained by us and configured correctly. We will, if you have problems with the Wi-Fi in your house and you're renting from us, we go there and we do an assessment and fix the problem for you. So we actually go into the home if we have the Wi-Fi router. If we don't have a Wi-Fi router, our responsibility stops at the Ethernet connector that goes into your router. That's kind of what we call demarc point.
Okay, so an annual contract of $110 is for 10 megabytes per second upload and download?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that you had unlimited data. So what's the cost of the unlimited? Is that the 120 a month?
That's it. It's part of that's one price, unlimited data. The reality of the industry is I don't buy data by the gigabyte. I buy speed. And I buy unlimited data. So I just pass it on to my customers. Okay. The reason the industry limits your data usage is because they don't have enough bandwidth on the network to let you use it as you want. The key of our technology is we can let you use it as it wants. It's not going to choke the others.
Last question. To do, say, a large farm, you would have your centerpiece in the home and then you would do relays around the property?
Sorry, I did not hear
To supply the internet throughout the whole farm?
Through the whole farm. So
yeah.
So she's asking, can provide internet for the whole farm.
Right. So to do that, there would be two-step procedure. One is the internet to the farm, and then the internet on the farm, that would be a private network that the farmer either leases from us or buys outright. Then we can, on top of that, provide a monthly maintenance service for that network.
And what would the cost of a private network lease be?
Well, it depends on the size of the farm and the footprint and so on. We go and do a tailored design, and we have many different ways of approaching it to make it feasible.
Okay, so no rough idea then.
I can't give you a number, but I can tell you that, so for instance, a campground like Canyon Creek campground with 87 campsites, it was about $18,000 to get the 18 to 20 to get it all built. But that also included the fact that travel was long for our install. Anyway, long story, but it's in that range, and it depends on the size.
Thank you.
We'll go to Deputy Reed Vol.
Sure. First of all, thank you for your presentation and congratulations on getting the grant, because that has taken a long time. Those grants have been a carrot for a long time and really hard to get a piece of them. And really they're based on the underserved area. So that's where they had, I don't know if the rest of the council's familiar with, but they had these maps with these polygons for years where they said, if you can provide service to these areas, you can go after the grant, but it's been really, really hard to achieve it. So congratulations on that. And just a little quick history, just a recap, is we've been trying for years to try to get something out there, and certainly Starlink has been an answer in the meantime, but this is a local solution, and it has already taken place in the West Foothills and in the Pritis area, where there's low-lying areas, but there's also hills and all sorts of trees and other issues that are still, even with these other services, can be limitations. So we've tried with inviting so many different companies to come out and look at it. They've tried applying for the grants, and they've gotten some really small portions thereof. And a lot of that technology was towers. And as you know, the citizens aren't that interested in towers anymore. So this technology is less invasive. It's point to point. There's no radiation of the signal, which is really helpful to those who do not want to be harmed by extra radiation. This is, we got a quote from TELUS for doing fiber. We got a quote from Axia before Axia was sold. We tried to make a deal to see if we could set up co-ops that could connect with Bell, and Bell had a conversation with us. We were seeing if there's a way for co-ops to buy Bell wholesale and connect to the fiber. And in the end, the answer was the big NO, no. So there was no development in that area. And the only one that has come forward is this one here. And then as some have manufactured different ways to use antennas and get other services. And sometimes, like you explained, they're so throttled with the amount of users on them that it has become difficult to get reliable service at certain times, and of course certain situations. So just thank you for that. There's just a huge long story to this, and we call it the missing link. There was no backhaul to Calgary along Highway 22X. So there were communities were working together to try to see if they could pilot a project to put fiber in the ground and do a backhaul to Calgary, and that never happened. Nobody wanted to pay. They just wanted business to take care of it. So here is a solution that is which is an amazing feat, I have to say. It's an amazing feat that you have access to the POPs. And to the point, POP is short for point of presence. And that's where the SuperNet comes out at points where you can access it. And we just happen to be blessed with a couple of them. And they typically went to libraries and schools in the past, and and hospitals. So we're very pleased that this is happening. And I think the big thing is that it provides, and we're looking at this, is it provides options for people, and that there's a local solution. So thank you for that. So I have two questions. One is what's first on the project, and how are the approvals coming along?
Sorry? Oh, I think we're going to start digging on after the May long weekend. They're actually going to, I was having a meeting out here with the Foothills project team, And we have to make a couple of key decisions. Bridges is starting. And once this is going to be the fiber, so they're going to be done in it takes them a few days, and then they're going to be moving to the Brack Creek portion. So you will see the trucks out and the drills out and start to things will start to happen. As far as the power poles, Foothills, Fortis has already scheduled, except that they're very vague. They've handed it to the construction crew, which is going to go out and fix the poles, but they haven't really told us exactly what day they're going to start. So we were kind of a little bit in limbo on that regard, but it's all going to really start happening after the long weekend.
Very good. Thank you very much.
So we're talking days, right?
Okay.
I was surprised because like I think long weekend, I don't have long weekends. So
Yeah, we'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how many households do you service in Pritis? And then when you say West Bragg, so including the hamlet of Bragg Creek?
Yes, actually, our footprint in Bragg Creek covers the whole area from Wintergreen, the hamlet, all the way to West Bragg, Forestry Road. Vince just got us one more customer down at the end of Forestry Road. And I literally know that there's one guy who lives there who's literally the last home in Alberta. If you go west from his home, the next home you find is in BC. So that's how far we can reach.
And so servicing out there, like everything is going well. People are happy with the service, comparable.
No, it's not terrible. We wouldn't be here. But we've had our moments. Like very candidly, remember we're a technology company. We're developing it. As we grew the network in Bragg Creek and started to load it, sometimes we would hit a problem. When we first started rolling out, we were at version 2.4 of our firmware. Today we're at version 4.8. Which means that all these versions in between 2.4 and 4.8 were addressing stability issues, speed issues, whatever. I believe now we are hitting a routinely 99.9% availability for our network, and it's performing super well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mage Networks, thank you all for coming and presenting what you are doing. Thank you for the work you're doing in Foothills County. I'm sure there'll be some residents very happy. So thank you.
I just wanted to give, sorry, you want to say something?
Yes, we have a ask.
You just gotta get.
We ever ask for the council members is that we are hitting a point where because of the long driveways and gated communities, we are not able to reach to the residents. So we're asking a way to help or a way we can reach out the community. We are already doing the town hall meetings as well, but door to door is very not that successful right now because of the gated homes. Yeah. So is there like any way that we can connect with the community directly? And so people are expecting when Vince visit there, they are expecting a person to see and have a talk with them.
Perhaps you could reach out. I'm gonna pin manager Barrett. You could reach out to her and just have that conversation, and she can see what's available. Okay, thank you very much, and I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, council, I think just to get this presentation on the books, if we had a motion to just acknowledge the presentation from Mage Networks from Deputy Reeve Owl, all in favor? Motion carries, and it is lunchtime, so I'm taking a motion to break for lunch. From Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. See you back at 1. it was contemplated that it was said that it would be injected into the TC Energy line via one of two options: is a new pipeline built directly to the feedlot, or second alternative was injecting it into an ATCO site from a nearby gas well site. So are we talking about transporting this just a few miles down the road to an existing gas well site, or what are we talking about in terms of trucking?
So the applicant has indicated the requirement in order to get the renewable natural gas to the required location. They will be trucking it to the British Columbia border. So 3 trucks a day, in addition to what they're contemplating from removal of the solid digestate, would be from a truck, and I don't know the size of the truck, to down Highway 22 or Highway 2 to Highway 3 to the British Columbia border.
Okay. That is a long ways to be hauling. So we're going down, presumably they would go down from the feedlot, they'd go west for 1-2 miles and then north up to the 23, which is their somewhat designated haul route. I guess my concern really is that's when the feedlot applied for application to the NRCB for an expansion to the feedlot. This feedlot's gone under a lot of expansions over the years, but the trucks just keep getting more and more with every expansion, and there comes a point when the cumulative impacts get to be a point where it's something else needs to be done. When we looked at this initially at first reading, the big benefit of the biodigester was to reduce the trucks on the road, particularly around the manure piece. The manure typically hauls just within 4 or 5 miles of the feedlot, and now we're adding a bunch of trucks going, what would that be, 12, 13, 14 miles-ish before it reaches an AT road. So to Director Hemingway, in terms of requiring a contribution for road improvements, so if we need to look at paving a road or something, so when would we stipulate the requirements for contribution for road improvements?
There are usually 2 situations where Public Works has indicated a desire or a suggestion with respect to requesting council consider a road contribution. They're usually at first reading as part of the public hearing, so the applicant can address that. The second opportunity would be at the development permit stage. The development permit application has not been issued, and Public Works currently has not made any recommendations associated with that development permit application, as it's still in the 30-day circulation to Public Works. So we have not received any information from them. But if council wishes to consider an additional condition with respect to road contribution, that is your purview to do so prior to second reading of the land use bylaw.
Okay, and would we need to stipulate what that is, or can we just say, just make sure that it's where am I going with this? Just a condition saying that there will be contributions for road improvements at development permit stage? Does that, or do we need to stipulate X dollars?
I would suggest Public Works has often required a road use agreement, so that there's an agreement in place for funds, but not necessarily a contribution. That's a council directive that would be necessary. So if council feels the desire or wishes to have information with respect to what a road contribution may be, then I would suggest that we table the matter and make that request for information from Public Works associated with what the haul route is, what the status of the road is, and what what the traffic is, and what an appropriate road use contribution would be. Because right now we don't have that information in front of us. And council, the 4 councillors that were participating in that original hearing should make that consideration based on information in front of them. You may choose to make that information. You may choose to reopen the hearing in order to hear from the applicant on that matter. Because I do not recall that that issue was brought up at the public hearing. So I'd have to consider whether or not that's something you wish to do prior to second reading, or if you wish to reopen the hearing and have a conversation with the applicant and the community and then issue that. So you have a number of choices. So you may wish to postpone this for more information with respect to the haul routes, the impact on the roads, and the traffic anticipated with this land use district. You are aware that it is significantly less traffic than what was once the biodigester is up and running than the hauling of the manure. But again, we may not actually have that information, the specifics in front of us. So if you want that, we can certainly provide that to you.
Right.
Because I believe we have that. I believe there was some discussion in the public hearing. It's not new information. It's just information that was provided to us in the public hearing. So what the traffic is now, what the traffic would be once the biodigester is up and running, and then the anticipation of an additional 3 trucks a day to haul gas out.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, and I guess in terms of the traffic, I mean, the manure, what is currently and what used to be, I mean, we've gone from a 30,000 head feedlot, and they've just, I believe they're now fully stocked at the 56,000 for the first time. So there's a massive increase in manure on that regard. And now we're adding this. The manure would typically be hauled in every direction, and over a very short span in the spring. Whereas this is concentrating that on one road, and it's every day of the year. So, yeah, I guess I would like to hear from Public Works in terms of what that would look like. We'll go to Deputy Revolt.
Thank you. This raises a number of questions for me as well. And I guess I'd like to see a projected sharing of information, such as the different types of hauling that will occur due to the different configurations. So we've got the waste. In the other case, we would have had the manure hauling. In the case of adding the biodigester, we would have product hauling. And now we're so product byproducts. And now we're talking about hauling the gas product. So I'd like to see the before and after numbers to see if this even makes sense to haul the gas to British Columbia. If you look at the costs to that, as well as the impact, as was mentioned, cumulative impacts. So right now it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'd like to see more information to see if they made this decision based on economics, on hauling, on impact to the roads to the adjoining residents. So right now I don't see that. And I would like to see that information. So I'm in favor of postponing it to get more information on this. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I can support that. So you said that they're going to go north to 23 and then they would go west over to 22. I thought you said north to 23. That seems a long ways out of the way. So my question, where I'm going with this is what are the consequences of them going south into the next county and like going through to Nanton and then going straight west over to 22, which is the crowfly's best way to go. But is there issues with that now? You know, do we have to have road use agreements with our neighbors to the south, or is that an option? And this changes the whole scope of the application, I think, of what was presented to us.
Okay, I'll try to answer your first question a little bit. My understanding when we were talking the feedlot a couple of years ago was that their designated haul route was to go north to the 23. But I understand. No, just for all feedlot operations. So this is somewhat separate. But I believe we don't have is it a bylaw or something required to make that a official designated haul route? So I'm not sure on that. So I'm hearing postponing for 2 weeks to get these further details, or was there a different direction we were thinking to go? That would be my thinking.
If council would just help me understand the details you're looking for, I would say 2 or 3 weeks, just depending on people's schedules. I understand you're looking for the change in traffic, the types of trucks, and the haul routes for gas and or solid digestate or feedlot operations. So clarity on haul routes for gas, solid digestate and or feedlot operations.
My biggest thing would be appropriate contributions for roads, for the road improvements that are needed.
And that.
Deputy Revolt?
Sure, just to clarify too, for me, I was also interested to know why they can't inject the gas in Alberta. And if they could have alternative options for doing that versus hauling it to BC.
Okay, that's new information that I cannot get to you unless we reopen the public hearing. All I can really do is speak to what we know from the public hearing. If
Okay.
council gets that information and feels that's unsatisfactory, then I would suggest that we need to reopen the hearing.
Yeah.
And then again, only the councillors that participated in the September hearing can address that hearing. We're reopening the hearing. So
Okay.
I can't bring in new information without bringing the applicant and the community in.
Thank you for clarifying that because this for me is a point that is not comprehensible. And then I guess the other thing because you're doing a list of additions and trying to get a baseline that I think that would have been shared is, can we compare it to the original footprint of hauling with this?
Yeah, I believe that was spoken to at the hearing. I believe
Okay.
that was submitted. This is what we currently haul. How many trucks we currently have. This is our anticipated change. So I feel I can bring that information forward.
Okay.
And if we have information with respect to the haul routes that were already established for the feedlot, you know, we can talk to them we can bring that information in. As long as it's not new information, I can do that. If it's considered new information, then I won't be able to bring it into you.
Okay, so the options are postpone or to reopen the hearing? And to just have a new hearing so that we could have all counselors involved. I mean, that would be required to.
You would need a motion to
Refuse
no further
that.
readings on this bylaw and to require the applicant to reapply. And to go through the process again.
And it gets,
No.
okay. Whereas reopening the hearing could be done
It still will
fairly
be the
quickly,
fall. No,
be the fall.
I don't believe we have any room until fall. So timing wise, it won't make a lot of difference.
Okay, yeah, I'm leaning towards postponing in my mind. I think those details can be brought back, the details that can't be. I don't know that they're really that important because there's not a lot we have to say in this. This is largely a provincial approval jurisdiction, so. But I'm open to what anybody would like to do. Go ahead, Deputy Revolt.
We could start with postponing it, and then since there's not really an open date in the near future, it would not really hold them up if we had to open the hearing again or set a new hearing date. So I'm in favor of obtaining more information as a start, and then we can consider our options in relation to whether we have enough information from the no new information category that we have to be in regarding your information that you're seeking for us. Thank you.
So is that a motion to postpone 2 weeks then?
I would, yes. 2 or 3. Do you have to have a date, or were you wanting to make that, Councillor Alger?
Say 3.
Okay.
For 3 weeks.
Postpone for 3 weeks. Okay, we have that motion. Councillor Alger.
Just speak to the motion that I would support it and also gives Mr. McHugh a chance to be available since there's only 4 of us that can speak to it. Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion. Call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, closed session. There was a motion possibly coming out of that. I'll go to Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion. I've got it right here. That council approve in principle the proposal by Chief Marshall as discussed in closed session.
Okay, we have that motion from Councillor Callister. Any further questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to accounts. Those of you on it, any questions or a motion? Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question for the EFT 032213 for $15,765.75. Oh, I'm sorry. I just it was for AK Brown. Did not actually. I was just wondering if that was a split cost between AK and the county, or was that the entire cost of that venture at Scott Siemens?
Okay, we'll get an answer soon enough.
And then I had one other question. The very last one was EFT 032308 exceed machine works. What is a roots blower? Does anybody know what a roots blower is? I'm just curious. That was just curiosity, and actually they both are. So other than that, I've got no issues with any of the
Okay, well, we'll look for those answers to come back soon enough. Would you like to give us a motion to approve the accounts for now? Okay.
motion.
Okay, we have that motion from Councillor Callister. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. And minutes. Anybody questions, comments, or motion on minutes? Okay. Deputy Voles had a motion to approve the minutes. Okay, we got that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. And let's go to committee reports. We got a few minutes. Who wants to start? Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. I only had one committee, and that was last Thursday. It was the elected officials peer network climate leadership. Wasn't a lot that came out of it. It was kind of a meet and greet. We went into little groups and discussed different things that people were doing for climate control or climate. So yeah, that's what I have to report on that.
Thank you. And for myself, had SDAB hearing, had 2 hearings. Can't really talk about them yet. To find out in due time. Also had what was the name of that? Alberta Rural Industrial Caucus. So this is that group of what used to be the Growth Board Rural Caucus. Now I probably have that name wrong too. That is transformed now into Alberta Rural Industrial Caucus, the large. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of warming up to this group in the end when the comparison was made to the Mid-City Mayors Caucus as a kind of a comparison. It's these larger rural industrial or larger rural municipalities, very similar to this Mid-City Mayors group. So I think it was a good discussion. Perhaps I'll just leave that for Deputy Reeve Ole because I was halfway distracted driving tractor at the same time. So that was all I had for this week. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Ole.
Thank you for the introduction to that topic. So I have, both of these are not official, but we're looking at this second one here as potentially getting official. But first was an annual general meeting with the Community Association with Hawks Landing. So just thank all the volunteers there who are putting their names forward for the next round with the community. And I look forward to working with them. And in regards to the Alberta Rural Industrial Caucus, I think the go forward is going to be interesting. The group is trying to figure out how they will establish themselves and who are the participants. And so far they have invited the municipalities with a focus who are either near or adjacent large centers or have industrial nature or assessment related to their municipalities, so that they could be a voice to the provincial government, as well as to potentially working together and sharing similarities and topics of mutual interest. The next step is going to be revisiting a very short terms of reference that was done in the previous iteration. So renewing that to be applicable to this. And then for the communities involved to officially state that they want to participate in this from their council table. So it is going to be going to all the different council tables next. And then following that, it looks like there might be some next steps of introductory letters or some future focuses in regards to potential lobbying efforts and so on. And at this point, we're pretty preliminary, but some discussion was made as to the most effective use of our time of all of the participants, and that being, you know, who would be participating from the administration, from the electeds, from which municipalities, and whether we would agree with what is being set up. So the next step is going to be responding about the terms of reference, and then following meeting in June. So that will be where hopefully we'll be able to come up with an answer, not necessarily at the table today, but just so you keep it in the back of your mind, we'll be looking at making a decision to continue participating. But overall, I think it may fit well with our economic development strategy and positioning ourselves related to the communities who have a lot of experience with things that we are working on in our own industrial corridor, but they've already advanced in their own communities, but also that we have similarities in the types of concerns we have related to some of the provincial initiatives and bills that are affecting our municipalities. So I think it'd be a good voice. And it's in addition to RMA, but it is something that is more specific to these communities that have this particular perspective. So that was a little bit long, but we're going to be having to make a decision coming up soon on that, and then we'll share more information at that time. That's everything from my committee reports. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing official this week.
Short and sweet. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also had no committees last week.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had Sheep River Library, our monthly meeting. We're meeting a little more often lately to get back on track here. We had a 2-hour training session with Marigold representative Laura Taylor to kind of get the new board members all kind of, you know, with a little bit of background there. And then we segued into our regular meeting. We're going to be doing an overview of the terms of reference because they're kind of all over the map and policies. So we're going to start a kind of process of doing that. That was my only official committee report, but my community updates are really outstanding this week. So I just cannot not report because we had a square dance. Yes, you heard me correctly. A square dance at the Scrubby Community Hall. When was the last time? I was a teenager. I thought, how is this going to go? It was great turnout. This young band, these young people, they just led all these people and had a square dance. It was marvelous. I also attended the 130th anniversary of Christ Church in Millerville. 130 years. And who was playing the pump organ? Louise Patterson Brunn. She first played that same organ in 1958 at the age of 12. And she was all decked out in, I took a picture. It's hopefully going to make it into the High Country News. It was like she had her mother's hat, her dad's pocket watch, her aunt's neck, like it was just, can you imagine 1958? And she's playing the pump organ still. And her family history goes back. I think her grandfather carried the pump organ out there or something too. There's a story about that too. But anyways, the church was just packed. I mean, just a great way to celebrate the 130th anniversary. Yeah, then I had my meeting up at West Fraser with the sawmill guys regarding my Fire Smart meeting coming up. So anyways, my community reports were just outstanding this week.
Okay. It is 1:30 and we do have a 1:30 hearing, so let's take a moment and get set up for that. Welcome back. It is 1:32. I will open the public hearing for Gruette Northeast 28-21-3 west of 5 amendment to the CR, page 21 of our council agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor Benita Estes, Director of Corporate Services, Reg Hammond. Oh, who's not here at the moment. Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne All. Good afternoon. Director of Planning, Heather Hemingway. Hello. Councillor Alan Alter, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I will lay out the procedures that we will use on our public hearings this afternoon. First off, we will hear a presentation from our planning officer, Elliot Salmon. Following his presentation, we will go to the applicant and agent for their presentation or comments. Following that, we will go to any members of the public and gallery that wish to speak to the application and share their input to council. Everybody will be given one opportunity to speak. We do ask that comments be kept to about 5 minutes and that they be kept relevant to the application at hand today. All comments can be made through the chair. Following that, we will go back to closing comments. So firstly to the applicant and agent for their closing comments, and then back to the planning officer for any closing comments that he may have. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Officer Salmon, would you please proceed with your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you this afternoon is an amendment to the Country Residential District. The landowners are Michael and Robin Gruette, and their agent is Jeff Badke of Badke Consulting. The subject parcel is located in Council Division 3. The property is southeast of the intersection of Plumbers Road West and 1240 Drive West. It's approximately 200 meters southwest of Pothole Creek Estates, and it's about 6 kilometers north of the hamlet of Millerville. The proposal is an amendment to the Country Residential District to allow for a future subdivision of 2 parcels being 3 and 5 acres with a 17-acre Country Residential District balance. The physiography of the parcel is predominantly forested with clearings throughout, and Pothole Creek crosses the northwest portion of the parcel, which is surrounded by low, wetter terrain with a licensed man-made pond, and the applicant proposes to protect this area with an environmental reserve easement. And this proposed ERE is proposed to protect about 8.5 acres of the subject parcel. For some area history, on June 5th, 2013, Council refused an application on the subject parcel, which would have allowed for a future subdivision of a 3-acre CR lot with a 22-acre country residential balance. And 7 years later, on December 2nd, 2020, Council refused another application on the subject parcel, which would have allowed for a future subdivision of a 10-acre CR parcel with a 15-acre CR balance. Access to the subject parcel is currently through an access easement over a shared approach and driveway from 1240 Drive West, and there's a second approach north of that existing approach on 1240 Drive West, which would provide access to the area on the parcel north of the proposed ERE. This is a picture of the shared approach. And access to the proposed lots is proposed through a shared approach on an extension to 240th Street West, and the existing access by easement is proposed to be retained for the balance parcel. This is a picture looking south onto 40th Street West, so the extension would go through the forest there. Existing development on the subject parcel is entirely contained within the proposed balance. This includes a dwelling, a shop, a sea-can, barn and lean-to, a shed, a shelter, and an outdoor riding arena, all with a water well and a septic field to support that development. It should be noted that the sea-can on the property does not meet the setbacks to the south boundary line and would require a development permit to remain. For agency referral, I won't go through all of Public Works comments as they can be found in the staff report, though the key ones include that Council could choose to allow for the existing access by easement to remain for the balance, or could require access to the balance via the proposed extension to 240 Street West. And Public Works agrees with the proposed ERE and recommends that the applicant works with Alberta Environment to ensure that the setbacks from the pond are acceptable. And the proposed extension of 240 Street West would have to be constructed to current municipal standards. And Council could also consider a one-time contribution to dust control to alleviate potential concerns from Pothole Creek Bay. And Pothole Creek Bay is just north of the subject parcel on the east side of 240 Street West. And Meota Gas Co-op requests that a gas line utility right-of-way is registered on both new lots. The application was circulated in the Okotoks Western Wheel on April 29th and May 6th, and notice was also sent to area landowners within a half-mile of the subject property, and that was mailed out on April 22nd. 5 letters were received after the submission of the staff report, and those are included in the agenda package. For a revision to the staff report, this is a proposed amendment to the first recommend condition for option 1. This is regarding the development agreement, and it includes the component for the $2,400 contribution towards a future dust control surface for 240 Street West, as well as a draining and drainage plan. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you. I'll go to council and administration for any questions they have at this time. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Salmon, an easy one. How come this is classified under land use as country residential and not agriculture?
Through the Reeve, I wasn't able to find a record for why the property being over 21 acres is zoned as country residential, though perhaps Director Hemingway could offer some insight.
It goes back, the history goes back to 2013, but
No, it likely was just not rezoned properly, so the land use stays until there is a change in land use such as being contemplated today.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you go back a couple of slides, please? Oh, no, there, yeah. So under Foothills County Public Works, I'm a little bit confused about, I think the first one, require access via, so you're saying, what are you saying on that first line there? Would allow the existing access by easement remain for the balance or require access to the balance via the proposed extension. So are you saying all would go through 240th or? Okay.
Through the Reeve, I would like to defer that question to Public Works.
Sure.
I see engineering technologist Antle on there. Do you have the answer?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the floor, the comment was in regard to council's preference in terms of retaining the existing access via easement for the balance, or council could also require that a panhandle be added to the site plan from 240th Street, giving it its own legal physical access.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from council administration? I don't see any. So at this point, we will go to the applicant and your agent. If you could start by introducing yourselves and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Reeve Seward. Just give me a second to get my presentation up on the screen and I'll proceed. Thanks. Okay, ready to go. Good afternoon, Reeve Seward, County Councillors and Administration. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to discuss our application. My name is Jeff Badke and I am agent for the landowners Robin and Michael Gruette. Robin is here with me this afternoon. Michael unfortunately was unable to attend as he is working overseas currently. Before we continue, I did want to note that the Hurley public hearing following this one at 2:30 is for the Gruette's neighbors immediately to the south. Certain aspects that I will cover in my presentation, particularly relating to access, are pertinent to both applications. The subject lands are legally described as Block 7, Plan 731-679 and are 24.95 acres in size, zone country residential. Located within Division 3 of Foothills County, approximately 7.5 kilometers south of Priddis. Primary regional access is via Highway 22 to the east and Plumbers Road immediately north of the lands. In context, the surrounding area is lightly populated with a mixture of agricultural holdings, first parcel out subdivisions, and dispersed country residential development. This view is from the northwest, looking southeast over the property to help convey its location and physiography. 240th Street runs along the east side and 1240 Drive along the west, with Plumbers Road to the property's north. Pothole Creek flows easterly through the property's low-lying northwestern portions. Hold on. This slide illustrates the existing development on the parcel. The principal residence is approximately 1,500 square feet and serves as the Gruette's primary home.
To the east of the residence are a barn, chicken coop, shop, horse paddocks, and sea can, all of which support the family's rural lifestyle and use of the land. An outdoor riding arena is located in the southwest corner of the property, north of Pothole Creek. This portion of the lands is accessed via existing footbridges crossing the creek from the existing building site, as well as the approach from 1240 Drive West. There's also a man-made pond on the property, which was constructed by the previous landowners and is licensed with the province. In preparation for this application, a preliminary engineering review of pertinent development considerations was undertaken to better understand implications relating to building sites, access, and overland drainage, including Pothole Creek. Our findings were utilized to confirm lot layout, suitable building envelopes, and accessibility from the outset. The proposed subdivision would create 2 new country residential parcels, one at 3 acres and the other at 5 from the existing 24.95 acre parcel. The remaining 16.95 acres would be retained as a country residential remainder lot encompassing the existing residence and building along with other existing improvements on the parcel. As part of this application, an environmental reserve easement is proposed to protect Pothole Creek and its adjacent riparian areas. This easement would ensure the long-term conservation of these environmentally sensitive features consistent with the county's objectives for riparian protection while acknowledging the existing pond and access arrangements. The color map on this slide displays the property's topography with higher elevations in reddish tone and the lower elevations in light blue tone. The lands rise in elevation from the lowest point at the approximate midpoint of the north property line by about 12 meters to the property's highest point at its south property line just south of the existing residence. For reference, the lowest point is noted with the green arrow on the screen, the highest point with the orange arrow. This slide illustrates the topography local to and relevant to the Gruette's application, particularly as it relates to Pothole Creek and flood risk. The Pothole Creek has a Pothole Creek crossing through 240 Street has a 2,600 millimeter diameter culvert with an invert elevation at approximately 11.8 meters above sea level. The lowest point of the 240th Street embankment sits at approximately 14.83 meters higher. This is a key reference point, notably because overtopping of the embankment did not occur even during significant high flow events of 2013. In contrast, both proposed lots sit well above this elevation. Lot 1's lowest point within its allowable building envelope is at 1219.8 meters above sea level, approximately 5 meters or 16 feet above that 240th Street embankment, and about 60 meters from Pothole Creek. The likely building site at the center of the lot is at 1222.5 meters above sea level, roughly 7.7 meters or 25 feet above this embankment, and approximately 90 meters from Pothole Creek. Lot 2's lowest point within its allowable building envelope is at 1219 meters above sea level, approximately 4.2 meters or 14 feet above the embankment, and 190 meters from Pothole Creek. The likely building site at the center of the lot is at 1220.8 meters above sea level, or roughly 6 meters or 20 feet above the embankment, and further 220 meters away from Pothole Creek. For additional context, the nearest residence in the subdivision to the northeast of the subject lands, the one lowest and closest to Pothole Creek, sits at approximately 1214.7 meters above sea level, roughly the same elevation as the 240th Street embankment. It's about 70 meters from the creek itself. Both proposed lots on the Gruette lands are situated significantly higher than this development. At current, access to the lands is by way of 1240 Drive West, which is a municipal hard surfaced road. Access to the Gruette lands utilizes an approach marked with the red star on the screen here, shared with Block 6, the Hurley lands immediately to the south. Heading to the Gruette's residence and building site is a paved driveway, which is co-maintained with Block 6 and benefits from an access easement agreement. On the east side of the property is 240th Street, which intersects with Plumbers Road at its northerly extents. The intersection has unobstructed sightlines to the north and west along Plumbers Road, meeting county requirements. 240th Street is an 8-meter wide graveled municipal road built to modern county standards and terminates about 15 meters north of the south of the Gruet North property line. At current, the remainder of the road allowance to the south is undeveloped and does not provide direct access to the lands from 240th Street. In preparation for this application, our colleague Cam Plett met with Mr. Antle from Public Works Department to view the existing roadway condition and proposed extension area. Access would be provided by way of a road extension from the existing network. The Gruet application requires approximately 35 meters of new road. However, the total extension would be 135 meters when considered in conjunction with the Hurley application, which is to be heard later this afternoon. Our preliminary engineering review has confirmed that road construction is feasible, with grades in the northerly portion servicing the Gruet lands ranging between 2 and 5%. A new 9-meter wide common approach is proposed to service the new country residential lots. Within each lot, private driveway construction is achievable, with grades ranging between 2 and 10%, dependent on the final route selected. The existing shared approach to the Gruet building site will remain in place. Water servicing for the Gruet subdivision is proposed by way of individual water wells. New wells will be drilled on lots 1 and 2 and tested by a qualified professional in accordance with the Alberta Water Act and Foothills County requirements. This process ensures that each new well meets legislative safe yield requirements and that new water use will not adversely affect existing well users in the surrounding region. A review of the more recently drilled wells in the vicinity indicate production yields ranging between 3 and 15 gallons a minute. The existing Gruet residence is currently serviced by its own well, located just east of the house, and its yield rate is 6 gallons per minute. These production yield ranges, coupled with the low density nature of this region, support a high likelihood of drilling suitable wells within the new lots. Sewage disposal for the new lots is proposed by way of private sewage treatment systems. Lot 1 and 2 will each receive new systems constructed in accordance with the Alberta Private Sewage System Standard of Practice. The existing system serving the Gruet residents on the remainder parcel will remain in place. Since the current standard of practice was introduced in 2009, system designs must meet stringent requirements to protect environment, groundwater, surface water, and neighboring properties, including minimum separation distances from water bodies, groundwater, and adjacent property lines. The new lots contain ample area to accommodate both primary and fallback treatment areas, as well within the required setbacks. This is also the case for the remainder parcel. The subject lands are located within the northwestern district of the Foothills Growth Management Strategy, an area characterized by existing country residential development integrated into the natural topography and surrounding treed landscape. This proposal aligns with the GMS direction for this district, which anticipates minimal to moderate growth where fragmentation and development have already occurred. The terrain, abundant of vegetation, and existing rural character of the area allow moderate development to be visually absorbed within the landscape. By retaining substantial treed areas and concentrating development within suitable building sites that respect slope and drainage constraints, the proposal minimizes impacts on ecological systems, wildlife habitat, and watershed functions, all which are identified as priorities for this district. Importantly, the proposed lots provide building sites that are well separated from Pothole Creek in both elevation and horizontal distance, as noted earlier. The proposed environmental reserve easement over Pothole Creek and its adjacent riparian areas introduces a meaningful and lasting layer of environmental protection, ensuring that these sensitive features are formally safeguarded as part of the subdivision process. The proposed lot configuration preserves the rural character of the region without introducing an inappropriate level of intensity. In summary, the subdivision represents a low-impact, context-sensitive form of growth consistent with the intent of the GMS and the county's municipal development plan. Robin would like to follow up with a few words at this time.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. My husband sends his apologies for not being here, but as stated earlier, he is overseas and unable to attend. My husband and I bought this property in late 2010. We both remember that very fondly. We were driving home from my parents' place, who lived not far away. We had 2 infant children in our back seat, and we saw Bill Meyer, the original owner, pounding in a for sale by owner sign. That night, we quickly tried to figure out how we could put all of our pennies together and make an offer on the property. But we did, and we have been proud of it ever since. Unfortunately, about 2 years after purchasing it, the company that I worked for moved us overseas. And so we were gone for approximately 10 years. But we rented the property in order to be able to preserve our dream of eventually being able to retire there. We moved back. We moved back from our overseas work in 2021 and have done major improvements on the property itself. And because it simply is our dream to be able to retire there. I'm proud of this application for a couple of reasons. And yes, we have tried to subdivide this property. Back in when we originally purchased it, being able to subdivide the east tail was always part of our investment plan. And to be able to make use of the land itself. But this application is different than the previous applications. I'm physically here to be able to be more involved in the application, hiring the expertise of Jeff to be able to make sure that we are addressing the concerns. Secondly, we have learned from the past applications. We have taken the feedback very seriously that received in those applications and addressed them with science and with data, as I hope that you will see in the application. And thirdly, if not more importantly, we are working in conjunction with our immediate neighbors, Megan and Sean. When we moved back in 2021, a lot of the improvements that we have done is still demonstrating that the east end of this property is underutilized. Because of its treed nature, it is not able to support even the 2 horses that we have. Therefore, subdivision is a great way to be able to use this land because we're simply not using it. The application itself represents a way to be able to preserve the ecosystem within the area. And that is also another reason why I'm extremely proud of this application. So thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
And that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions council or administration may have at this time.
Thank you for that. We will go to council administration for any questions you may have at this time. I am not seeing any. So at this point in time, we will go to members of the gallery that wish to speak. I do have a list, and we'll go starting at the top of my list. We'll wait until I call your name before we move ahead, please.
We don't have a spokesperson, but there's 7 couples and individuals registered to speak. And just in the interest of time, we thought it might be useful if I could sort of sit here and corral everybody in so that everyone gets a chance to speak.
Okay, when we come to the first person on your list, then by all means you can come up and work together, okay? But we are going to start at the top of the list and work our way down.
There's a logic to the order of speaking.
Yeah, and I do have a list, and we do follow the list. Okay, so when I call the first person that is on your group of 7, then by all means come up and we can proceed at that point. But I'm going to start at the top of the list, okay?
So we need to go in your order. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And perhaps I'll just make a quick note, since we do have 2 hearings back to back and 2 properties that are right side by side, and a number of the people who have registered to speak are duplicates. I would just mention that we're going to deal with 1 application at a time. So let's just stick with the Gruette application. Any comments about that one at this point in time? So first on my list, I have an Ed Pinchin. Are you here and wish to speak? If you wish to speak, just come up to the microphone here. Okay. Okay, next one is Cameron Platt. Do you wish to speak? Waves, okay. Okay, Brian and Lorraine Clark.
Blaine is the name.
Blaine, okay, I'm sorry. It is spelled Blaine, I just completely misread it.
It's Blaine. And my wife has something to say as well, so.
Okay,
Are we
yeah,
allowed to be here together?
yeah, for sure. Come on up.
So I think I'll start, and it may save some time on Lorraine's part because she has very similar comments and opinion. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you good, thanks.
Okay, so I have my letter of submission here. And just before I start reading it, I just want to comment that really struck me between the eyes today after 2 weeks of preparation and thinking about a letter to submit. I realized that the county has summarized my feelings best in their position on the 2 previous applications, 2013 and 2020. So I'm sure you're aware of those, and I think they will be read out later. So with that, the letter is directed to Elliot Salmon. This letter is being submitted in opposition to the proposed land use amendment application. My name is Robert Blaine Clark, and I have lived at 258 108 1240 Drive West, just south of the Gruet property, for 14 years. It's a wonderful place to live, and it's not surprising that more people would like to live here. During this time, I have come to appreciate how important it is to preserve our local environment, the land and water and wildlife habitats, and be good stewards of our land from a sustainability perspective, while respecting our neighbors and their rights as landowners. I've also learned to appreciate that water is one of our most valuable commodities, and it must be protected on private and public lands. So my main concerns with this application for increased residential density relate to protecting our local water resources, including Pothole Creek and its precious riparian ecosystem, drainage channels, natural drainage channels feeding into Pothole Creek, as well as groundwater stress and contamination of our groundwater. In addition, I am concerned about road access and safety related to the 240th Street extension, already a safety concern due to its tight 90-degree turn. And then there is the probable ripple effect of increased ongoing follow-up development facilitated by the road extension. So maybe proper and thorough assessment of this application might suggest that 3 additional residents are okay, maybe justified. But what about 6 or 9 or 12? What is the environmental limit and who decides? I'm objecting to this application because of the following concerns. Number 1, possible detrimental impact on my water well. Possible detrimental impact on our neighbors' water wells. possible detrimental effect on the Pothole Creek watershed ecology and downstream residents, sewage and septic disposal impact. Number 5, groundwater stress and contamination risks. And number 6, I'm not convinced that the proper environmental and engineering assessments have been done to protect public interests and affected landowners. Number 7, road safety maintenance costs and ownership and tax implications are not clear. So, in summary, further environmental assessment and local groundwater hydrology understanding from a land planning perspective, not an individual owner or landowner perspective, is required, in my opinion, for the benefit of neighbors, the public, our precious water resources, and the ecosystem. And that's my written submission. I just have a couple of other quick comments. Just recently, I listened to a presentation by Justin Thompson of the Salts Society, and I was very impressed by that. It seems to me to be an excellent framework for addressing these kinds of issues on private and public lands. Second added point, I'm surprised and disappointed by the lack of consultation leading up to this application being submitted. As far as I know, it was 0. And here, just as important, this is the 3rd attempt to subdivide and develop this property. And I certainly don't see how this latest application is addressing the previous concerns. So 3 times, and here we are. Sorry if I'm going overboard here, but I think we can all try to be good stewards of the land we own and make good decisions. But from a larger land use perspective, and that's what we're talking about here, we, landowners, are at the mercy of the county to make decisions on good stewardship, environmental protection, and sustainability. So we're putting our trust, so we must put our trust in your hands and hope for a good outcome. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and Lorraine, did you wish to?
I agree wholeheartedly with Blaine said. I just would like to reiterate that consultation among neighbors would have been, would have added less stress to this whole situation. So I'm glad that we're here to talk about it now. And hopefully nobody is here to point fingers. Nobody is here to be angry. We're just wanting what's best for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to council administration. Any questions at this time? I don't see any, so thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Clark.
Okay, thank you. But Lorraine has also been asked. Maybe we have to wait for the name to come up.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, no, sorry, I did say your.
Zeki is not available, cannot be here, and has asked Lorraine to read his statement on his behalf.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead with that at this point, since you're at the mic. What was?
Bob Gruzecki, Bob and Carla Gruzecki.
Okay. Yeah, you just got to be right close to the mic there so we can all hear you better. Thanks.
Yeah, here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Lorraine Clark, and I am reading the statement here today submitted by Bob and Carla Gruzecki, as neither one of them are able to make this meeting. Carla is very ill. My wife, Carla Gruzecki, and I are landowners affected by this proposal, and we present this letter and comments firmly registering our opposition to the proposed amendment and subdivision. We are landowners and residents of Southeast Quarter 33, adjacent and immediately north of the subject property. We are deeply concerned about the continued uninterrupted enjoyment and protection of the local community and stewardship of the lands where we and our neighbors reside. We believe the proposed amendments adversely affect the peaceable and safe enjoyment of said lands and provide the following 5 points as our concerns. Number 1, Carla and I are firmly against this proposed amendment as we were the first time it was brought forward several years ago. Is it the policy of the MD to hear applications from applicants for the same reason they have already been refused in the past? It seems to us that this has been asked and answered twice already. I append the minutes from the previous 2 meetings. June 5th, 2013. Council refused the application for the following reasons. Council is of the opinion that the application does not adequately address the intent of the residential policy with respect to the cumulative effects of the development. In addition, Council believes that the proposed parcel is unsuitable for development due to concerns regarding high water table. December 2nd, 2020, Council refused the application for the following reasons. Council is of the opinion that the application does not adequately address the intent of the policy with respect to the cumulative effects of the development, the efficient use of the land, the environmental impact, and the suitability of the lands for further development. Number 2, traffic on Plumbers Road continues to increase, and the increased traffic from the proposed changes will only exacerbate this. The road at the corner in question is a difficult one to navigate. I complained to the MD until signs were finally installed to attempt to slow traffic entering the corner. It took repeated requests and only occurred after the death of a friend in the community who was pronounced dead at the scene in October 2024 when his vehicle failed to navigate the turn and he traveled down the south down the road allowance until he collided with the trees at the end of the road. In the 27 years we have lived here, I have used my farm equipment to extricate at least 12 people out of the bottom after they too failed to navigate the turn. More traffic entering and exiting Plumbers at that corner will simply add to the dangers there. Do we really need to create more road hazards in the community? I question Plumbers' ability to handle yet another increase in volume, particularly at that corner. Number 3, the 240 road allowance was originally fenced, and numerous problems that we are experiencing now didn't exist before construction of the road in its current state. I never had a trespass issue. No one drove down the access road. No one disturbed the creek, and no one poached wildlife from the road allowance. We provided land for that road and its construction, but there was no transfer of title. So a portion of the 240 road that has been widened is built on our land and remains on our title. How can the proposed use of the road be allowed on lands titled to us? Number 4, slope analysis essentially stops at the southeast corner of the Hurley property and fails to extend upslope along the drainage road allowance. This leads us to concern that something is already affecting the riparian area. As I imagine, this leads to our concern of excess moisture in the soil. These lands are not well drained, contrary to what is stated in the Badkey letter. One needs only walk the ground on the bench in the proposed subdivision area to see this. I have pounded posts and dug post holes on the southernmost border of our property along the Gruette boundary and can attest that the holes quickly backfill with water. This does not make sense, and to put it plainly, it is very wet back there and will become further saturated with the addition of the septic fields and drainage from additional houses. This is of great concern to us. Number 5, we need to be very cognizant of other water issues. The property below the proposed subdivision belongs to us. The 15 or so acres of riparian zone that exists here has suffered greatly over the past 3 decades. We have watched it dying out as the trees in that riparian zone suffered due to pressure upstream and to cyclical flooding. The increased use of the lands uphill from Pothole Creek should be of concern to those who get their water from the water table at creek level and further downstream. All of our water quality is enhanced by physical, chemical, and biological processes which are driven by local ground and surface water. These processes which occur in the soils and vegetation assist in removing or lessening the impact of excessive and harmful leachates entering the water. Something is already affecting that riparian area. As I examine the lack of next growth or suckering of the poplars, I see a decrease in the amount and health of them. Conifers and deciduous trees west of the dammed area on Pothole Creek are struggling today compared to 27 years ago. Riparian zones function as vital natural filtration systems. They are referred to as the kidneys of our watersheds. They are a critical buffer that removes sediments and contaminants before it enters our water source. The Southern Alberta Land Trust, Nature Conservancy of Canada, and the Alberta Conservation Association have written numerous scientific papers about the dangers and increased fecal contaminations that several added households bring to a riparian area such as this. The space isn't large enough to allow for this, period. Roots and soil are required to bind and absorb the contaminants and effectively purify our water. For all of us getting our water from this aquifer, it is a source of great concern. Thank you for your time here today.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I don't see any questions, so thank you for coming. Next on my list, I have Megan Hurley and Sean Buchanan. Did you wish to speak? No, okay. Next, we'll go to Brian Ward, if you wish to come up, and just looking at the number on here, I'm thinking that the rest are probably ones that you were working with a little bit, so please proceed.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
You had mentioned earlier you had 7 people, and I think there's 7 people left. So I'm thinking, or 6 people left. So perhaps the six or 7 people that you were trying to organize in what order? Which did you prefer?
I guess we're doing okay.
Okay.
I mean, we could have done better, but
Okay.
and I've got a slide presentation. Is Melanie here?
Okay. Yeah, looks like we're getting it.
Oh, is this it? That might be better. Just okay. Yeah, we better make it full screen. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I just have a few slides here. And I'm just expanding on a couple of things that Grzecki said in his presentation that Lorraine just read. Just to give you a little picture. So this is an overhead of Plumbers Road coming from the left side, the 240 Street extension that's in question, entering Plumbers Road in the curve there, and then Pothole Road is the existing intersection on Plumbers for the little subdivision that's there. So, I mean, the first thing we saw was that what they're proposing is a new intersection onto Plumbers in the middle of the curve, and it's less than 150 meters from the existing Pothole Road entry onto Plumbers Road. So it's not good. And just so you know, it's a blind curve there too. You don't see it on the flat 2D surface of this picture, but here it is approaching the corner from the west side where Plumbers turns north, and goes further north towards Pritis. And I've just put a little blue arrow there where the stop sign is for the existing 240. 240 is only used by one person as it exists to gain access to their property on in northeast of 27. Let me just go back there. Whoops. Let me just go back there again. So Grzecki's land is on both sides of Plumbers Road there in the southeast 33. And then the one person that needs access to northwest 27 is the guy that uses 240 currently. So there it is, coming from the west, and here's the opposite direction coming from the north before it goes west. And again, it's blind. You can't see who's coming, and that's where the stop sign is at 240 Street. So we all know it's dangerous. It's already dangerous without added traffic there. So moving on then to some drainage questions that they talked about. This is just a bigger overhead picture, and I guess all we noticed was the Badke presentation, doesn't really look at the overall drainage on that whole quarter. I mean, we know from living there that it goes up slope all the way to the south edge of the quarter. And so just for fun, because until yesterday, I didn't know what the elevations were, but I pinned it, and I see that by the time you get to the back of the quarter, it's another 70 meters higher than the proposed location of the Hammerhead access road. So, and we just know, I mean, here it is looking, so this is looking south. So the subject lands are on northeast 28 on the right-hand side, and the other individual's property is the northwest quarter 27. And they come together at the road allowance almost in a V, in sort of a bowl shape. And so the drainage comes from the west to the east into the road allowance, and then it comes from the east to the west into the road allowance, and then it slopes all the way up to the south. And it, as you can see, it slopes a long ways. I reckon it's 70 meters, but that's just what the elevation tells us. 70 meters from the Hammerhead. And then, so I just took a few pictures. This is the road allowance as it passes the back of our place and goes to Hurley's. And that's a seasonal creek that flows in the spring. And all that water keeps on going downhill to where it comes out on the 240 Street extension. I see the elevation here is 1238. I think the Hammerhead's at 1223, something like that. So this is all flowing down, and then I went a little further up, and here it is at 1250. This is just as you go past our place, approaching Clark's place, which is next to us. And I mean, this is a significant stream. It's a significant amount of water, and it flows every spring. And then you can go a little bit higher up again at 1252. And I mean, it's a lot of water that comes out of there and ends up down at the bottom where this proposed development is. I don't need a lot of science to tell me how wet it is down there. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from Council Administration for Mr. Ward? I don't see any, so thank you very much for coming, Mr. Ward. Next on my list, I have a Lori Duncan.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be in front of you today. My name is Lori Duncan and I live in Pothole Creek Bay. My property borders along 240 Street and I am directly across from the Gruette property. And so just for context, and actually after hearing other presenters, it's actually more of a conclusion. There's a bit of feedback on this. Is there a trick? Like, should I sit back more? Can you hear me?
No,
Anyhow, yeah, just, to conclude and to offer you context. So you've already heard that there was an application for a subdivision on these lands back in 2013. That was denied. Again in 2020. Now, the 2013, I actually don't recall, even though I've been there since 2005. I don't recall that one, but obviously that didn't go forward. In 2020, we did participate. It was during COVID and it was on a Zoom meeting, but a number of us in the area participated in that hearing. And again, as you've already heard earlier today, that was denied. And basically, why I bring that up is because the environmental issues, all of them, have not changed. They are exactly the same today. However, this new proposal that we're all viewing and looking at is obviously now proposing something far greater that will have a much larger impact on our lands in this very small concentrated area. So my comments are really quite general. That's mainly what I wanted to say. My friends and other presenters here today are a little bit more academic in speaking to these very specific environmental issues. The concerns, I'm just going to reiterate, are Pothole Creek, the riparian issues for sure, the forest, the wildlife corridor, and water being the most critical. Now, I understand that today's hearing is specifically, or from what I understood, was 240 Street. But obviously, we're all kind of dealing with the whole big picture, the overarching package, because the issues are all integrated. I'm going to stop there and just allow other people's to carry on in this hearing. However, I just want to ask you, I do have a few concluding comments that I'd like to make in the 2:30 hearing. And I don't want to repeat myself because obviously same audience, same topic. But I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And yes, you'll be given an opportunity at the next hearing as well. Next on my list, Elizabeth Thompson. Did you wish to speak?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I just have some general notes, my own personal concerns about the development. I'm very concerned about the lack of data regarding the water wells in our area and in Foothills County generally. At my workplace, I've heard several accounts from landowners of their wells failing. For a household, this is a huge inconvenience and a large expense. A home 1.5 miles east of our property incurred a cost of $15,000 for an underground cistern 2 years ago. They pay approximately $1,300 annually for water delivery. There are only 2 people living in that house. They have no livestock. Anybody with livestock losing their well is devastated, obviously. I'm not against development of small parcels, but until Foothills County gathers significant data tracking groundwater, has accurate mapping of aquifers, it seems irresponsible in the least to accept any application for new wells. Next, the road allowance. 240th Street south of Plumbers Road was privately developed to access agricultural land. Equipment needs to go in and out of this property from seeding through harvest during the year. This year, we noticed the grader clearing snow on the extension. Not sure why it's not used in the winter. Plowing this road throughout the winter will result in large volumes of gravel, silt, and chemicals entering the wetland. This will damage the immediate area certainly and have downstream consequences as well. I have the same concerns about dust control and weed suppression on that road in the summertime. It will affect the riparian area. I also have some concerns about wildlife. Since the original subdivision and development of that corridor over 50 years ago, there's been a well-established wildlife corridor along the undisturbed road allowance. This enables animals to move safely through shelter, north to south, south to north, and have access to water in Pothole Creek. I'm concerned that disruption of this habitat will force these animals to move further to the east or west, increasing the likelihood of interactions with homeowners. I'm thinking of bears specifically. Currently, we don't see a lot of bear activity unless somebody's left birdseed out too late in the season or have another inadvertent attractant compost or something, but that's all easily amended. We know that increased contact with bears never ends well for them. That's a concern. Anyway, I just think that they'll be driven into people's yards. For the Gruets, they've offered up an environmental reserve easement in this proposal. I wonder if creating this reserve entails mediation of the pond area to its natural state, meaning removing the dam. Just a question. And I'd also like to see the comprehensive wildlife assessment being completed before any construction or tree removal begins. The Migratory Bird Act actually requires this federally. That's all I've got. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any questions.
Sorry.
Next on my list is Gil Ross.
She's not here, so I just have a quick statement from her. I can read that, okay?
Okay, typically we would provide these in writing, but go ahead.
Yeah, she doesn't use email, so she couldn't. Anyway, she couldn't be here today, so I just wanted to read this. It's very short. Jill and her husband, Jim.
Sorry, can you just get a little closer to the mic so we can hear better?
Sorry about that. Jill and her husband, Jim, were the first people to buy on this quarter when it was subdivided in 1970. She says the following: I'm opposed to this subdivision. I didn't think it was even possible to subdivide it any further. I'm concerned about the traffic on Plumbers Road, and the intersection at 240 makes no sense. Jim loved the creek coming through our property, and he never got over the fact that Bill Meyer built that dam. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you. Next, I have Craig O'Connor. Do you wish to speak? Okay. I'm just gonna go to Ledge. That is, yeah, I'm just clarifying the letter from Craig O'Connor. I guess that's in the package for the later hearing? Or am I misreading? Okay, I missed that package. Okay, thank you. Okay, next, John McGruther, did you wish to speak?
My name is John McGruther. Please accept this letter as my formal opposition to the proposed land use amendment for the above referenced parcel. As a landowner and a resident in 258-112 1240 Drive, I've been there for the past 32 years. I have a deep-seated interest in the responsibility and the stewardship of the local area. While I appreciate the desire for residential growth in our county, such growth not come as the expense of illogical and integrity for the security of the existing residents and infrastructure. My opposition is based on three primary hydrological integrity, infrastructure safety, and cumulative impact. The subject property is linked to the Pothole Creek watershed. I am concerned that the proposed increase in density lacks a comprehensive multi-season hydrological assessment. My specific concerns include groundwater security, increased withdrawal from shared aquifers, posing a direct risk to the flow and pressure of established neighboring wells. Riparian protection. Pothole Creek is feeding drainage channels are sensitive ecosystems, increased residential footprint, and increasing nutrient loading sewage and septic into the watershed. Contamination risks. The concentration of septic systems in the specific geography requires rigorous soil suitability testing to prevent long-term groundwater contamination. The current proposed utilized the 240 street extension, which already features a hazardous 90-degree turn. Increasing traffic volume, a substandard turn creates the liability for the county and a danger for residents. The application does not clarify the long-term maintenance costs or ownership of this extension. I am concerned that the tax implications of maintaining this infrastructure will fail unfairly upon existing residents rather than the developer. Precedent and cumulative impact. This application represents a leapfrog approach to density. If three additional residents are approved without a comprehensive environmental limit being established, it sets precarious precedents. We must ask, what is the ultimate carrying capacity for this land? Approving piecemeal amendments without a master site development plan ignores the cumulative stress on our water and roads. Closing request. We respectfully submit this application is premature. I urge the planning department to require a comprehensive hydrological study, a traffic impact assessment for the 240 Street, and a riparian setback assessment to protect the ecology around the area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
That does conclude my list. Is there anybody else in the gallery that wishes to speak that has not had a chance? I don't see any. So at this point in time, we'll go to closing comments. Back to the applicant and agent. Any closing comments you have for us?
Thank you very much, Reeve Seward. Yes, I'd like to address a few of the items that we've heard this afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to let you know that we did send a mail out of our own out to all of the same landowners that the Foothills County would have received. We received one phone call from one gentleman, Mr. Ward, who asked some questions that were answered. These concerns weren't raised to me in that email that I received, and but what I'm saying is that we did reach out looking for an opportunity to engage with the area residents and hear their concerns directly. Like to note that the current application here, while it does, it's the third has been noted. The point of Robin and Michael hiring us to take a look at this was to adequately address these concerns, look at what had been done before, what those concerns were, and look at the science and facts of the matter. That while the concerns are valid, they are addressed with confirmed separation of building sites and from Pothole Creek, et cetera. So that does, a note towards the third application here, or addressing the previous applications. See, I had a couple other notes here noted. Looking at the road access at Plumbers Road, that was one of the very first things that I did when I was going up to the property to take a look. There's an existing intersection at a public road that has been in place for, I understand, 15 to 20 years at the least. There is stop sign controlled. There is excellent sight line in both directions. So the intersection itself is not something that is a blind corner when someone would be using that intersection and looking to turn left or right, depending on the way they were going. They can see up Plumbers Road in each direction in an adequate direction that meets the county requirements for safety and that have been published for quite some time, and likely would have had to been addressed when the actual road was built and intersection placed when it was originally developed there. There were some comments about the riparian area down and poplars dying and so on and so forth. I understand from talking to Robin that there was a beaver dam that was further upstream, backing up water at some point, causing that area to through natural processes get more saturated than black poplar trees tend to like. All in all, that is a natural process. Further, this application proposing the environmental reserve easement to protect the portion of the Pothole Creek that crosses the Gruet lands and the adjacent riparian areas, that serves to protect the lands that Robin and Michael have the opportunity to do so because it's on their property. There's significant more riparian area on the north property as it continues on to the east, but that is not under Michael and Robin's control. Couple comments just regarding the development of 240th Street. As I'm sure you are all well aware, road engineering must take into account natural drainage processes. So these drainage courses and minor rills that are coming down the hill, they do convey water. The road design must take those things into account and in addition to that, erosion and sedimentation must be dealt with at the time of development. So it's not just allowing a channelized flow. There would have to be check dams and so on and so forth that would slow that water down and keep it moving at a reasonable pace and not start eroding the ditches and causing issues for Pothole Creek. Oh yes, there was comments about, you know, opening the floodgates here for more development, and of course, as the council is aware, that would be subject to anyone else in the future looking to do something, you know, and this, you know, I firmly feel that a single application doesn't open those floodgates. You know, it serves to support the current application, and future applications must cumulatively address the effects of development ongoing. And then I guess other than that, you know, the comments regarding the pond is licensed. This was created by a previous landowner. It had been looked at by Alberta Environment at the time, and is not proposed to be removed. It has an appropriate license for its use, and that use is intended to continue. And then I guess other than that, you know, just one more comment about 240th. It is a public roadway. It needs to be maintained. The snow should be taken off of it. I guess I was a little surprised to hear that the snow hadn't been taken off of it in the past. It's a maintenance item that is typical, and you know, having just the potential 2 new residences for Gruette on that roadway, you know, just serves to further support the county's maintenance of its infrastructure. And that aside, I guess one other comment noted just about is comments about private sewage systems and nutrient loading in the groundwater and so on and so forth. This is really, you know, from my personal direct knowledge as being a private sewage practitioner, ticketed practitioner, modern systems cannot increase the nutrient load in the groundwater. They are not allowed to be designed in such a way that they can affect the groundwater. They are systems that are conservatively designed, and if there is a potential for groundwater effect, that has to be taken out of the equation. The municipal inspection process and approval process ensures that it meets these guidelines, and they are quite conservative. And then one last closing remark was regarding county policies. Of course, the county does have policies, as you well know, that limit development density in quarter sections, particularly to focus on cumulative effect of development. This quarter section and the surrounding area is extremely low density and nowhere near that maximum density, which is, you know, the top target or top maximum for density for that purpose of cumulative effects. This development can be done in a responsible manner that fits into the neighborhood and does not adversely affect the environment and the area surrounding. I think that covers off my last comments. If Robin had anything else to say? No.
Thank you.
Other than that, thank you again for your time.
Okay, I'll go back to council and administration for any questions you have at this time. Seeing none, we'll go to Planning Officer Salmon. Any closing comments you have?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. One last chance to council and administration for any questions you may have. I don't see any, so I will close the public hearing. Thank you all for attending. You're welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberations and decision later on. You can also watch it online on the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, everyone who is registered today will get a notice of that decision once minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all for attending and hope you have a good day. With that, council, we are a little bit late starting our 2:30 hearing, but I think we need a 5-minute stretch break, so let's just take a short break. Welcome back. At this point in time, I will open the public hearing for Hurley, Northeast 28, 21, 3, West of 5, amendment to the CR District, page 36 of our council agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon again. In council this afternoon, we have Councillor Benita Estes, Director of Corporate Services, Reg Hammond, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I guess we'll go through the procedures for the public hearing once again. We will start off with a presentation from Planning Officer Salmon. Following that, we will go to the applicant and your agent for any presentation that you have. Following that, we will go to members of the gallery that wish to speak. Everybody will be given one opportunity to speak. We ask that comments be kept relative to the application at hand, and that comments be kept to about 5 minutes. Following that, we will go to closing comments, first to the applicant and agent, and secondly back to the planning officer, Salmon. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, planning officer Salmon, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you today is for an amendment to the Country Residential District. The landowner is Megan Hurley and her agent is Jeff Badke of Badke Consulting. The subject property is located in Council Division 3. It's southeast of the intersection of Plumbers Road West and 1240 Drive West. This one's the south neighbor of the previous hearing. It's about 300 meters southwest of Pothole Creek Estates, and again, it's about 6 kilometers north of the hamlet of Millerville. The proposal is an amendment to the CR district to allow for a future subdivision of a 5.8 acre country residential district parcel with a 19 acre CR balance. The physiography of the property is predominantly forested with some clearings, and much of the property is covered by slopes exceeding 15%. And the slopes exceeding 50% can be shown in purple on this map. Going over the history again, in 2013, council refused an application that would have allowed for these future subdivision of a 3 acre CR lot. And in 2020, another application was refused that would have allowed for a future subdivision of a 10 acre CR lot. Both of these are on the north, or the property north of the subject parcel. Access to the subject parcel is currently through a shared approach and driveway from 1240 Drive West. And the proposed access to the balance parcel would be through an extension to 240 Street West, with access to the proposed parcel being continued through the existing approach. The existing development on the property includes a dwelling, a detached garage, and a chicken coop, as well as a water well and septic field. This is all in the proposed parcel, and the proposed balance has 2 log structures. For agency referral, Foothills County Public Works commented that the approaches and extension of 240 Street West would be constructed to current municipal standards, and council could consider a one-time contribution to dust control to alleviate potential concerns from Pothole Creek Bay, and the rest of their comments can be found in the staff report. And Meota Gas Co-op requests that a gas line utility right-of-way is registered on the new lot. The application was circulated in the Okotoks Western Wheel on April 29th and May 6th, and notice was also sent to area landowners within a half mile of the subject property that was mailed out on April 22nd. Three letters were received after the submission of the staff report, and they're included in the agenda package. For revision to the staff report, this is an amendment to the first condition, the first recommended condition for option 1. It speaks to the development agreement and it includes the $2,400 contribution towards a future dust control surface, as well as a drainage and grading plan. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you may have at this time. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Could you go back a couple of slides, please, to the where it shows the greater than 15 degrees? That one, thank you. What would you, if you had to estimate the percentage of over 15 degrees being on that entire parcel?
Through the Reeve, I don't really have an estimate, but perhaps the applicant would be able to answer that.
I mean, just having a chance to look at it a little bit longer helps me as well, so.
If I had to guess, maybe 30%?
Okay. Thank you.
Just a question. You said there's 3 letters submitted. So I was a little bit confused half an hour ago about letters. So just want to make sure we're clear. So in the previous application, we had a letter from Craig O'Connor, but there's not a letter in the package for this hearing. And I just wonder if that should have also been included in the package for this hearing. Sorry? Okay. I didn't get it separate. Okay. Okay. And the other question I had there was in the previous package, a letter. Where was that? From Robert Gruzecki, and it is the title is the Gruette and Hurley proposed subdivisions. Now that was in the package from the C2 hearing, but not in the package for C3, the one we're in right now. So just wanted to clarify, was that supposed to have been part of this package as well?
That's correct. Both letters should have been included in both hearings.
Okay. Thank you.
So if council could please take those letters into consideration for this hearing as well, please.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions at this time, so we will now go to the applicant and your agent for any comments you have. If you could start by introducing yourself and then proceed with a presentation or whatever you have.
Thank you very much. Once again, I'll just get my PowerPoint up on the screen before beginning. Good afternoon, Reeve Seward, County Councillors Administration. And once again, I thank you for your time and consideration of our application this afternoon. My name is Jeff Badkey, agent for the landowners, Megan Hurley and Sean Buchanan. Megan is sitting up here with me here, and her husband, Sean, and their little good girl, Josie, are in the gallery behind us. The subject of the application before you today is Block 6, Plan 731-679, a 24.71 acre country residential parcel. The property sits in Division 3 of Foothills County, roughly 7.5 kilometers south of Pritis. Highway 22, again, providing the main regional connection to the east, with Plumbers Road running to the north of the lands. Broader area is rural and low density, a blend of agricultural parcels, first parcel out subdivisions, and scattered country residential lots. This aerial perspective looks from the northwest to the southeast, giving a sense of the land's terrain and setting. The property is bounded by 240th Street on the east and 1240 Drive to the west, with Plumbers Road to the north. To the north of the Hurley lands, Pothole Creek crosses the neighboring parcel, which is the Gruette lands, in an easterly direction. The current building site includes a 2,600 square foot principal residence, a detached garage to its northeast, and a small chicken coop southwest of the home. Northeast of the garage sits a log cabin and log pergola, built around 1985, which has no power or servicing. With this application, we do respectfully request council acknowledge the cabin and pergola as non-conforming until a principal residence is constructed on the remainder parcel, which of course I'll discuss further along here. The application proposes one new 5.8 acre country residential lot surrounding the existing building site. The eastern boundary of that new lot is positioned 15 meters east of the detached garage, ensuring that the primary building site structures fall comfortably within the new parcel's building envelope. The remaining 18.91 acres take in the underutilized easterly portion of the lands, and this is where Megan and Sean intend to build a new family home for themselves and their daughter Josie, which is the motivation behind this subdivision. Rather than selling and starting over elsewhere, they want to put down deeper roots on the land that they already know and care for, raising Josie in the same rural setting she's grown up in. The color mapping here illustrates the property's elevation profile. Warmer reddish tones mark the higher ground, while lighter blue tones indicate low-lying areas. Overall, the terrain climbs approximately 33 meters from the northeast corner, which is the lowest point shown with the green arrow on the screen, up to the highest point near the midpoint of the south property line, which is shown with the orange arrow. Areas where slopes exceed 15% are shown with purple hatching on the map. And I would just to address Councillor Kendall's comment and Planner Salmon's comment, I do agree that about 30% of the land is likely over 15% slope. Importantly, the remainder parcel offers generous buildable area well away from those steeper sections. Where Megan and Sean are proposing to site their new home, grades are in the 5 to 7% range, which are well suited for residential construction. Again, because of the proximity to Pothole Creek, I wanted to give council a sense of how the elevation relationship on the Hurley lands relates to Pothole Creek. The culvert invert itself I spoke about earlier on. I won't go through all those numbers quite in as much detail, but the low point of the embankment is the reference point that we had discussed previously that did not overtop during the 2013 high water events. By comparison, the Hurley remainder parcel sits substantially higher. The lowest point within the remainders building envelope is about 155 meters away from Pothole Creek, about 9.5 meters or 31 feet above that 240th Street embankment. The proposed building site itself, where they would like to build their home, is 15.9 meters or roughly 52 feet above that same embankment. Additionally, Megan and Sean's proposed home site is more than 300 meters south of the nearest point along Pothole Creek, providing considerable separation from the watercourse. Currently, the property is accessed from the west by a 1240 Drive West, a municipal hard surfaced road, and the Hurley lands share an approach indicated with the red star with Block 7, the Garrett property, which lies directly to the north. From that shared approach, a paved driveway leads to the Hurley residence and building site and is co-maintained with Block 6 under the existing access easement agreement. Along the east side of the property, 240 Street meets Plummer's Road at its northern end. Sight lines at that intersection are clear in both north and west directions, which satisfy the county's safety standards. 240 Street itself is an 8-meter wide graveled municipal road constructed to current county specifications. It ends approximately 115 meters north of the Hurley north property line, and the road allowance to the south is undeveloped with no access to the Hurley lands from the 240th Street side. Access to the new remainder lot would come by way of a 135-meter extension of 240th Street southward. A preliminary engineering review confirms that this road extension is feasible. Along the northern stretch, grades fall between 2 and 5%. Further south, grades increase to a maximum of approximately 8.8%, which does fall under the county's steep grade policy and require council's acknowledgement. The design intent is to minimize grades wherever the terrain allows, and even at these slightly steeper sections, safe all-season road construction remains very achievable. At the southern end of the extension, a hammerhead turnaround is proposed with a 6 meter wide approach. 6 meter wide approaches facing east, west, and south. For Megan and Sean's new home site on the remainder, a private driveway can be constructed with grades in the 4 to 6% range, very comfortable for year-round use. The existing shared approach servicing the current building site on Lot 1 would remain in place as is. To provide water, a new well on the remainder parcel will be drilled and tested by a qualified professional. Again, all these new wells must comply with the current standards of Foothills County and the Alberta Water Act, meeting all of the requirements for safe yield and not affecting neighboring properties. Based on a review of the recently drilled wells in the surrounding area, production yields do range between 3 and 15 gallons a minute. Which does give us confidence that a new suitable well can be drilled for their home site. The current residence is already served by an existing well situated to the northwest of the home, and that will continue to service Lot 1. Sewage disposal for the remainder lot and as well as the existing lot will be handled by the private sewage treatment systems, and a new system compliant with the current standards will be installed near Megan and Sean's new residence on the remainder. The existing system on Lot 1 will continue to serve the home as it is. Won't go into the conservative design requirements. I've mentioned those previously. The remainder, but I will note that the remainder parcel does have ample area to accommodate both primary and fallback treatment within all applicable setback requirements. These lands fall within the Northwest District under the Foothills Growth Management Strategy, where county residential development has long been part of the landscape, woven into the natural terrain and surrounding tree cover. The GMS envisions minimal to moderate growth in areas like this, places where some level of fragmentation and development already exist. And this application fits squarely within that framework. The rolling terrain, heavy vegetation, and established rural character here mean that modest development can be absorbed into the landscape without altering its visual quality. The proposal keeps significant treed areas intact and confines building sites to locations that work with rather than against slope and drainage patterns, helping to protect the ecological systems, wildlife corridors, and watershed functions that the GMS identifies as priorities in this district. The remainder parcel maintains the rural feel of the area without introducing an outsized level of development. Its building site maintains generous separation from Pothole Creek, both vertically and in terms of horizontal setback. And to bring it all together, what Megan and Sean are proposing is a thoughtful, low-impact subdivision that respects the landscape and community around it. It gives their family the opportunity to build their new home on the land that they are already deeply connected with. And I guess that would conclude what I had to say, Reeve Seward and Council, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present this afternoon.
Thank you. Megan, did you have anything to add?
Good afternoon. I guess I just wanted to thank you guys for reviewing our application. Jeff covered, what we wanted to present, but I would just like to add that we are hoping to simply divide our property into two, build our own little home, eventually have a barn with maybe a few farm animals, a little homestead of sorts to continue to raise our daughter out in the country where we love to be. So we just hope that we get the opportunity to build something that is truly our own. Thank you for your time and consideration today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I do have Sean's name beside yours. Was he wishing to speak? No. Okay. We'll go to Council Administration for any questions you may have at this time. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant. The existing home on the west side of the property now, what are your plans for that home? I noticed that the Gruette property has an easement road. The road goes through your property to get into their property. I'm just wondering what the long-term picture looks like for that.
Megan and Sean's plans for that home after their new home is built is to sell it and you know have someone else live there. The existing access easement and driveway has been in good repair. Both families have recently paved it. It's been kept in good condition and service as well, and does meet the current requirement in the land use bylaw of only servicing an easement, only servicing 2 parcels.
Okay, I don't see any other further questions at this time, so we will now go to members of the gallery that wish to speak. First on my list is Ed Pynchon. Did you wish to speak to this? No? Okay. Cameron Platt, did you wish to speak? No? Okay. Robin Gruette, did you wish to speak? Okay, Brian Ward. Brian Ward, did you wish to speak? There you go.
Just a couple of things. The question that came from Councillor Alger, I think I can answer. For those of us who've lived on that quarter as long as we have, we were originally all agricultural district. And sometime in the mid-late 90s, we were all converted to country residential. And there was no reason or anything given. They're on 225s and we're on 21.1, and we were all converted to country residential. I assumed that had to do with when the MGA was brought in 1995. I think all the farmland in 1995, they put a cap on the farmland taxes on property, and I'm pretty sure that's why we got converted to country residential. So, I mean, we bought originally because it was ag district. We've always had horses on our property. We've run it that way. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that question's come up a few times on this quarter, and so I had to look up the history. Actually, I came down here a couple of years ago and spent the day going through the file on that quarter. Anyway, I guess with respect to this application, I think we should talk about water wells a bit because the agent, seems to make it sound like, 6-8 gallons a minute is a piece of cake. But I know from the Alberta groundwater database, there have been 15 wells drilled on this quarter, and there's currently 7 of them are in service. There's 7 of us who are on that quarter with water wells, and so the rest have been, they were either never completed or abandoned. And we know from our own flows that we restrict our flow to 1 gallon a minute, and we have a surge tank. And so I can tell you the water, and we've been there for 35 years. The water is a serious concern for us, and these properties, they have these high rate wells because they are down on the bottom and they are close to the creek. But I also know Clark's, because we knew the property owners before them. Their well probably produces, it's good water, same as ours, but it's about 1.5 gallons a minute. So And I don't know what Magruder's well is. Maybe he can speak to that, but this is a serious concern for us. And we don't, and on those 15 wells, actually, I took all the data you could. There's no data on most of them. You can find out when they were drilled, approximate total depth of drilling, where there was a test. All it shows is how much was pumped. There's the only proper 2-hour test that I could find was on the Gruet well from 2011, where they pumped it for 2 hours at 6 gallons a minute. So, I mean, we really got to talk about this. It's a major concern. I don't think anyone in this room is going to indemnify our wells when a new development goes ahead and new water wells are drilled. Like, so it's a major concern for us, and we do run livestock, and it's a significant concern for us. You know, the data on these wells, everyone thinks that database is great, but you can't even find out, you know, who drilled the well. It's mostly just, it's the well reports are empty, most of them. So, you know, I guess that's all I can say about that. I'm going to leave it then. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ward? I don't see any, so thank you. Let's next go to Blaine and Lorraine Clark.
So I guess, first of all of my verbal comments from the previous hearing apply to this application as well. And I did again submit a written letter summarizing my concerns. And if you want, for the record, I can read it again, but it's virtually the same as the Gruet letter.
Yeah, we've got a copy of the letter, so we've had to read it.
And everybody has seen it? Okay, good. I'll leave it at that. But I want to just reiterate what my main point in my letter was, is detrimental effects on my water well. While I may be close to half a mile away from the pond and Pothole Creek, my well is drilled to 220 feet. I think 35 years ago, it might have made 1.5 gallons a minute, but we restrict it to less than 1 gallon a minute. We pay very close attention to water conservation. I have to rely on a cistern. And I guess, as Brian indicated, I don't think anybody in this room or in this province understands how the various aquifers in our little quarter are interconnected. I believe that they are, but that's my major concern, protecting my groundwater well, or not my water well and groundwater. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And Lorraine, did you wish to speak? No. Okay. Lori Duncan.
Thanks again. Mr. Reeve, can I just ask, just out of curiosity, how many people today are counselors? Are they, is your full council here or some staff? Just trying to get a count.
We are missing one counselor. So there's 6 out of 7 here.
Okay, thank you. I first, actually, I just want to go back to what Mr. Badkey said as I think it was his concluding remarks, and I say this with respect, but he spoke about this not being, further development not being opening a floodgate to, more and more density, but actually, and I just really want to make this real crystal clear, this already feels like a floodgate because the previous proposal was for the Gruet property to be divided into half, into 2 separate properties. Today, we're looking at 3 properties on the Gruet and 2 on the Hurley, right immediately next door. So that's just significantly more than what we've had to consider before. And I also think it's important, I think it's kind of hard for, MD is very big area, so we don't expect you to know our little corner of the woods, but that Plumbers Road turn that everybody's been talking about today is very sharp. And it's also really important because, again, with all due respect, Mr. Badkey spoke to this. He talked about 240 Street being a public roadway. But what people need to understand is that it's not a road that's used. It's probably, I don't know, half a kilometer, less than half a kilometer, that just goes down to Mr. O'Connor's gate, and that's the end of it. And it's virtually not used except for Mr. O'Connor's farm equipment, which goes down there twice a year for his agricultural work in his big, beautiful field that I get to look at all the time. Now, I probably should fess up. I live on a 5-acre lot across the street from Gruet's. I'm in a development called Pothole Creek Bay. And, who the heck let that happen, right? But it is a subdivision, and it occurred in 1970. And I do not know the history of that. And I've been there since 2005. And I have to tell you, I love the place. And here's the thing, it's amazing. Nothing has changed in the 20 years that I've been there. It's, I look out at Pothole Creek, I still have the same incredible vista. The trees are bigger, and 240 Street is new, but like I say, I hardly see it and it doesn't affect me. And I know it's not all about me and my peace of mind. But we all share these values because I know that you too live in the MD and you're landowners. And so, I think we share the same values. And I believe that everybody in this room values peace and quiet and beauty. So I watched the presentation by Justin Thompson, the executive director of SALT, which is the Southern Alberta Land Trust. He was before you a week or so ago, and I watched that with great interest. And I know that we also have the Foothills Land Trust, whom are partners with all of you. And so you're well aware of their work and their philosophy. And the primary motivation and goals of a land trust is to preserve and conserve. And it seems that, in fact, that's more the way that we're going. I mean, we can appreciate large quarter sections that have, third generation that they now want to maybe split and share with their children. But in the case of the Foothills Land Trust, and I know some of these folks, their belief is that anything under 30 acres should not be divided. And so they basically have established, and there's quite a few of them, and I know you're aware of this and where they are. They have established basically a moratorium that their land cannot be further divided, even after they leave, even if it's their children. And I think what's so important for all of us to kind of realize with that sentiment is that they're not doing this for themselves, right? They're doing it for future generations. They're doing it to preserve and conserve the land, which are the goals and motivations of both SALT and Foothills Land Trust. And, so they're doing it to protect the forest, the water, our creeks, our streams, and our wildlife corridor. And so what I want to do actually is just conclude, and Garrity's going to help me here. Thank you. I'm showing you some trail cam pictures from the Foothills Land Trust website. I think this is, and before I start, I just want to say this, what you're going to see is activity that takes place right around our homes, close to our homes, in our forests, in our backyards, while we sleep, while we're at work, and while we're watching Netflix. So I'll just let this flip through and show you a few pics. That's a skunk. It's hard to see.
Okay, was that all then?
That will do, that does the trick. The folks in those pictures could not be here today. They do not speak. They didn't get a notice in the mail, so I'm here to speak for them. And I just want to thank you all very much for your work. I'm so happy to be in front of you, our elected officials who ultimately make the decision. Thanks very much.
Okay, and I don't see any questions for you, so thank you. Elizabeth Thompson, did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you. I just want to follow Lori by saying that in both of these presentations, the lands have been described as underutilized. I think we've seen that these lands are actually very utilized by the animals, particularly apex predators who are so vital to our ecosystems. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Gil Ross, did you wish to speak? Not here. Okay. And Craig O'Connor, did you wish to speak? We have your letter. Okay. And John McGruther, did you wish to speak? Okay, yes, we have your letter. Okay. Is there anybody else in the gallery that I've missed that wishes to speak that has not had a chance? I don't see any, so at this point we will go to closing comments. Back to the applicant and agent for any closing comments that you guys have.
Thank you very much, Reeve Siewert. Just a few points. I've made them, a couple of them previously, but if I would have been happy to have a discussion with any of the landowners should they have reached out, particularly regarding the process regarding water wells. We are not able to proceed subject, if council was to grant first reading, we do need to go to the next step of drilling a well and ensuring it does not, it meets the requirements and does not adversely affect neighboring landowners. And it has to be confirmed by a qualified professional hydrogeologist. It's not just someone that's thinking that, they're reading the water well database. I don't claim to be a hydrogeologist, but that database does provide indicators as to what's possible and what the level of density and is in the area. And then I spoke to the intersection in the Gruette hearing as well. This is, as I noted, the safety concern is people coming onto the road from an intersection, making that turn movement and having the ability to see where vehicles are as they come down the highway, or sorry, down Plumbers Road in each direction. Certainly Plumbers Road, it is a corner that the county is aware of. It's gazetted, it is marked at this point. I believe some of the neighbors had noted that. But adding some vehicles to that intersection that already has correct sightline does not pose a significant change in the safety aspects of that intersection. And I guess most importantly, the level of development that Megan and Sean are proposing with their lot, the remainder is a 15 acre plus or minus parcel that's, going to remain largely undeveloped. Their level of development doesn't preclude the neighbors that are already wandering through the lands and so on and so forth. They might stay away from the building site, but the building site is situated at the far east side of the property, close to the road allowance. They're able to travel through, that it's not a large, dense development that it's all of a sudden cutting off patterns, the ability to migrate through the area, et cetera, et cetera. The lands are already fenced. The fences in that area wouldn't change. But just as I said, that level of density of increase of a single residence there on a large parcel just really does not take away from the natural capital of the lands. And I think other than that, I've covered off everything else in my presentation and previous comments. Do you want to say anything else, Megan? Okay, that's everything that I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to council administration for any questions you may have. Seeing none, we'll go back to planning officer Salmon. Any closing comments that you have?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. And one last time to council and administration for any questions you may have. I don't see any, so we will close the public hearing at this time. You're welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberations and decisions. Alternatively, you can watch it online on the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision of council's decisions will be sent to everyone who is registered in the mail once minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all for coming and hope you have a good day. Okay, are we still live? Okay, council, why don't we go to our 2:30 or sorry, our 1:30 public hearing, Gruette, Northeast 28-21-3 west of 5 amendment to the CR district. This is in Council Division 3. We have some potential options for moving it forward on page 27, 28. Division 3 Councillor, did you wish to speak to start us off, or Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Thank you to the chair, I mean. So first we're going to speak to the Gruette proposal. Is that correct?
Yes, the Michael and Robert Gruette C2.
I cannot speak in favor of this subdivision. The previous two hearings in the past set the groundwork. Number one, there are large tracts of agricultural land surrounding this subdivision. There are 9 existing subdivisions on this quarter section, plus a road. I believe in preserving the agricultural potential and wildlife habitat of areas. The topography of this quarter, especially the 2/3 to the east in question, is very, very steep, as the pictures presented displayed. The water table issues are obviously well talked to, and I agree with those as well. Having lived on a floodplain myself, I can attest to the movements of aquifers are not always what people think. They don't go in one direction, they go in two directions and probably several directions. It is very steep. The slopes provide poor building sites. Riparian sensitivity, obviously, there's a dam there now, which I don't know, probably complicates the riparian quality as well. If a natural or human-caused clearing to the south occurred, either by human fire, whatever cause, forests do get older. The forest isn't going to last forever up there. That affects the whole erosion potential upslope there, which would affect these developments as well. And I think the county could be held liable for that. Anytime you build on the toe of a hill, it's not a good idea. Some properties are just not suitable for subdivision, and I would have to say that this quarter in particular was perhaps not well suited to it in the beginning. Oh, I got so many notes here. I concur with all the comments about groundwater, riparian protection, contamination risks. I've driven Plumbers Road my whole life. I'm very familiar with that corner. It is a dangerous corner. Perhaps coming from the north, you can navigate going down to that. But if you look at this coming from the west, it is potentially almost a hairpin curve. And as Mr. Gruzecki points out in his letter, that is his land. That triangle to the north of the Gruette property is Mr. Gruzecki's. There was no mention made of Mr. Gruzecki. And I can just foresee, even if it didn't happen now, it's going to happen at some point where they were going to need some of Mr. Gruzecki's land to make that a safe access there. So that is a big concern. I concur with all the concerns about the traffic issues there and that road. As well, there was no mention of the compensation that Mr. Craig O'Connor brought up regarding his, his need for compensation if that were to ever be utilized by other people, that road allowance, which he was the one that, or he didn't build it, but he was affected by the cost of doing that. So I heard no mention of that. And so for those reasons, I cannot speak in favor of this application.
Anybody else? Comments or a motion? Deputy Revol.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody who presented here today, the applicants and the neighboring residents, and sharing your valuable time and opinions and hopes and dreams and everything that you shared today. So thank you for that. And during my assessment of all the information and based on what you've presented here today, as well as reading all the materials that were shared with council in advance, I would also agree that I'm not in favor, and I see that there's a number of reasons that that come up for me as well. Some of them were spoken to as well. And overall, I feel that the impact and cumulative effects is the real basis here and has been spoken to previously in the other decisions. So I thank you again for all of your participation, and I would move the option 2, which is on page 28 of our agenda, which states that we may choose to refuse this application for the amendment to the country residential district land use, which is agriculture but noted as country residential, to allow the future subdivision of the proposed lots. And that the reason being, in consideration of the criteria noted within the residential section of the MDP 2010, Council is of the opinion that the application does not adequately address the intent of the policy with respect to the cumulative effects of the development and the environmental impact and the suitability of the lands for further development as stated. Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion for refusal from Deputy Reeve Ohl. Any further comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, Council, let's go to our 2:30 hearing. So item C3, Hurley, Northeast 28, 21-3, west of 5, amendment to the CR district, page 36 of our agenda. Again, this is in Division 3. Who would like to, Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These applications are obviously presented together for a reason, that they were hoping that it would probably mitigate some of the, I'm not sure why, but anyways, very similar reasons I have that I cannot speak in favor of this. The large tracts of agricultural land surrounding this, the 9 existing subdivisions on this quarter section, plus the road which bisects it. I believe in preserving the agricultural and ecological potential of all land, especially ones with such topographical sensitivity as this with the steep slopes, the water table issues. In this particular application, the slope stability is even more pronounced. By subdividing off the existing house to less than 6 acres, the plus 15 grade is well over 90% of that particular subdivision, rendering any kind of utilization, gardening, anything very remote. You need that whole 25 acres to really be able to do anything, and to subjugate someone to less than 6 acres of plus 15 grade is not feasible. This land is also affects the riparian sensitivity. Again, the access from Plumbers Road onto 240th, as I just attested to, is a very steep corner. And as Mr. Gruzecki pointed out, his land is directly south of the Plumbers Road. And although Public Works did not indicate it, my experience with that corner and navigating trailers and heavy equipment and whatnot, that is more than a 90-degree curve coming from the west. And I can foresee in the future that Mr. Gruzecki would have to consent to making that a safe access. And that has not been considered in this application. Again, natural or human-caused clearing to the timber to the south of this application could have actually very detrimental effects depending on how many trees were removed, because people do have the right to remove trees on their land, even if it is on a hill, but trees do protect from erosion, and without them, erosion can be a real problem and exacerbate the problems downslope as well. Some properties are just not suitable for subdivision and development, and this whole quarter on the east, I would say, fits into that category. It is very ecologically sensitive, and I think residential development in such areas should be treated with the utmost of respect and caution, as many of these residents have displayed in their use of water. They are extremely conservative. And for those reasons, I cannot speak in favor of this subdivision.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, listening to the neighbors uphill from this development proposal that are wells are producing 1 and 1.5 gallons a minute that are on cisterns, gives me pause enough to not be able to support this as well. Yeah, I would give you a motion for option 2, refusal for the proposal due to the cumulative effects of development and the environmental impact and sustainability of the lands.
Okay, we have that motion for refusal from Councillor Callister. Anybody else? I don't see any, so I'll call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, we were just about done our committee reports. I think we were finished with council, but we'll go to Director Hammond. Did you have any committee reports for us today?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't have any.
Okay, and Director Hemingway, did you have anything for us?
Nothing, sir. Thank you.
And Manager Barrett?
Just a reminder that the Little Britches Parade is Saturday, and you'll be receiving an email if you've signed up to attend with details.
Okay, thank you for that. And dress for the weather because it looks like it may be wet. Okay, that does, we had one quick thing in closed, did I? Okay, one quick thing in closed. I look for a motion to take us into closed. Councillor Callister, all in favor? Okay, I'm going to go to Director Hammond. I believe you have answers to a couple of questions about accounts.
I do, Mr. Chair. Earlier on, Councillor Callister had asked a question about what a root blower is. I did find out that the root blower is for the Curtis wastewater treatment plant, and a root blower is a blower that aerates the sewage in the treatment plant, in the wastewater treatment plant. So you're welcome. And the second question was about the 15,000 and change that was paid to AK Brown. That's the holdback from the actual contract. However, anything that they're doing is being covered under warranty, and we're not paying for that. This is the final payment of the actual project from inception. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, with that, that does exhaust our agenda. So I'd look for a motion to adjourn from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. We'll see you all next Wednesday, 9 a.m.